with First Place Athletics here tonight. Welcome to Target Field with Roy Smalley. I'm Anthony LaPanta. Josh Willingham provided 2 home runs for Minnesota last night. Oswaldo Arcia hit 1, and that helped the Twins to the 4-3 win. For Arcia, it was his first home run in a month. He hadn't hit one since August 10th, but this is a young hitter who has shown great promise this year.
He's got great power, and he's a very, very good low ball hitter. When he learns that, when he learns to lay off the pitch high in the strike zone, like this strikeout right here, there's a little hitch in his swing that makes him tough to catch up with high fastballs. But if he'll get the ball down, belt high or lower, like this one goes 430 feet. If he can learn to get his sights down in the zone, lay off the stuff upstairs until he gets 2 strikes and force to swing at high strikes, he could be a 20 to 30 home run guy. I really, really like this guy's upside.
His home run last night was his 11th of this season. Only 2 rookies in the American League have hit more. Nick Franklin of Seattle and Connor Gillespie of the White Sox, each with a dozen. Arcia and the Twins try to keep it rolling against the Athletics here tonight. The other guy who went deep last night is a former Athletic, Josh Willingham. Dick Bramer and Bert Blyleven up next with more on his hammering of the A's.
Is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards.
New socks, please.
Wins have been hard to come by for Mike Pelfrey in his first year with the Minnesota Twins. He'll make the start here tonight against the Oakland A's as the Twins hope to win this series against the apparently playoff-bound Oakland A's. Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven with you from Target Field. The Twins won the opening game of this 3-game series last night. Josh Willingham is healthy, and he was playing against the A's, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised he had a good night last night.
Yeah, he really definitely likes playing against the green and gold, a team that he played for a couple years ago and hit 29 home runs for him. But over the last 10 ball games as a Minnesota Twin, he is hitting .405, 7 home runs. He's driven in 17 runs. Good to see Willingham connect with a couple pitches last night and help give the Twins a win.
Well, the Oakland A's do appear to be headed for a playoff berth again this year. Last year was not a fluke. And I don't know where the A's come up with them, but every year it seems like they have a different cast of really good young starting pitchers.
Yeah, Sonny Gray, what a great baseball name right there. He's making his first career start against the Twins, only his 7th career start overall out of Vanderbilt University, where he had a very good career. But you can see the Oakland A's, they are a sneaky staff, combined with a 3.77 earned run average as a staff. The old guy right there, Bartolo Colon, surrounded around a lot of youngsters.
Well, Mike Pelfrey, in his first year with the Twins, will be making the start here tonight. We don't know how many more starts he has left. If, in fact, this would be his last start, he'd like to go out on a high note.
Baseball and everyone around the United States remembering this day. 9/11 flags here at Target Field will be held at half-staff for the memory of those taken from us 12 years ago today. Oakland A's come to town. They had a little momentum before the Twins derailed the playoff ride for Bob Melvin last night. Twins with a rare one-run win against the Oakland A's. Rare because the A's don't lose many of those. The Menards batting order for Game 2: Coco Chris, Josh Donaldson, Jed Lowry, Brandon Moss, Yoenis Cespedes, Derek Barton, Seth Smith, Stephen Vogt, and Eric Sogard.
And Mike Pelfrey on the mound here tonight, looking for win number 6 on the year, making his 27th start. His first career start against the Oakland A's. And with the Twins going to a 6-man pitching staff, and Rick Anderson talked about it, they're going to kind of feed off of Mike Pelfrey, how he pitches here tonight, whether they shut him down for the rest of the year or not.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Josh Willingham out in left. Alex Presley in center. Oswaldo Arcia in right. Eduardo Escobar getting the start at third. Florimon Dozier, of course, up the middle. Chris Parmalee at first, and Chris Herman behind the plate. We saw a lot of Escobar early in the season. He was sent down, and actually did exactly what the Twins hoped he would do. He rediscovered his hitting stroke, hit the ball pretty well in AAA.
Hit over 300 down there. So he's getting an opportunity to play some third here tonight, as Trevor Plouffe is a designated hitter.
Gorgeous night here in the Twin Cities. And we're glad you're spending part of your Wednesday night with Twins baseball. Coco Crisp will lead off. Josh Donaldson and Jed Lowry facing Mike Pelfrey, who has won just 2 of his last 20 starts. Pelfrey in his last start against the Blue Jays here went 6 innings, gave up 5 runs. 5 runs all scoring in the 3rd inning.
That's what he needs to stay away from. Good quick out right there, right? One little one hopper to Parmalee for the first out.
1 down, and that'll bring up Donaldson.
Gotta love that. Pelfrey 29 years old, and again maybe shutting him down because he did have the Tommy John in May of last year, and they're going to watch his innings pitched. Right now with 140 innings.
One down quickly. Josh Donaldson, the batter. Pelfrey gave up an unearned run against the Blue Jays in the 1st inning. You may remember the game, the very first pitch of the ball game. In that game, a hard 2-hopper hit right at Pedro Florimon. Florimon booted it. The Blue Jays worked Jose Reyes around, scored a 1st inning run, and then added the 5 runs in the 3rd.
Yeah, the 3rd inning really hurt Pelfrey as he lost that ball game 6-5. But the start prior to that in Texas, he pitched very well. Only 1 run allowed in 7 innings. He's gone only 7 innings twice this year, but what the Twins were looking for out of Pelfrey this year is quality starts, and he's only given them 12 of his 26 starts have been quality starts.
As the Twins look forward to 2014, obviously the biggest area of concern will be starting pitching, and to that end Pelfrey has distinguished himself. In July, an ERA of 3.25. In August, an ERA of 3.60. 2-1. And Parmalee gets another chance. 2 down.
And I think we talked about it before when Pelfrey went on a disabled list with that little bit of a back strain. He came back, and all of a sudden it seemed like that velocity that was at 90 to 92 increased from 92 to 95 range. And that little extra, even though you're thinking, well, it's 1 or 2 miles an hour, it's that little extra giddy up that you can attack the hitter with.
Scott Diamond found something, albeit at the AAA level, that he hopes will get his season turned around. He'll make the start tomorrow. Strike 1 to Jed Lowry.
And that's the pitch right there. That last pitch, good angle for Pelfrey at 6'7" to create that downward plane. He has good sink if he can keep the ball down in the strike zone. Like that. Another good pitch.
Dale Scott says it's strike 2.
And that fastball clocked at 94. I think throughout the summer too, we've seen him speed up his delivery a little bit too, which helps your defense.
Just missed the corner and took a couple of steps, actually stepped off the mound thinking he had hit the corner. A bit of a smirk on Pelfrey's face.
Well, when I talk about speeding up your delivery, it's between throws, not as far as what he does. Good pitch right there.
Now driven foul, still 1-2.
See, when he gets that ball back, he used to maybe almost walk around the mound a little bit. Now he kind of gets back to that pitching rubber. He does have a very slow, deliberate delivery once he starts his windup. But it's this time right here, pick it up a little bit, and I think he's done a better job of that. Working off the first base side of the pitching rubber.
Soft liner, and Dozier with the catch, and a good 1st inning for Pelfrey as the ball never leaves the infield. Score some early runs against the Oakland A's. Look at that, how evenly the matchup has been in the Ron Gardenhire tenure in 100 games. I guess that in a way kind of supports what we were saying last night. These games typically have been low-scoring games, almost 100 games and about 4 runs apiece. Here's the Menards batting order. Alex Presley leading off. Eduardo Escobar batting second. Then Brian Dozier. Oswaldo Arcia homered last night. Trevor Plouffe hitting fifth. Josh Willingham homered twice last night. Chris Parmalee, Chris Herman, Pedro Florimon.
And another thing, Dick, they're kind of like 3-2 ball games, 4-3 like last night, but also if they're 8-something, they're usually 8-7. Well, Sonny Gray, what a great baseball name right here, making just his 7th major league start. Now, keep an eye on him the first 2 innings. He's allowed 15 runs this year, and 11 of the 15 have been off of him in the first 2 innings. So he starts off a little slow and then finds it, but this young man has a lot of talent. Oakland A's very hard on this young man.
Northland Ford defense for the Athletics. Cespedes in left, Crispin center, Moss in right. Donaldson, Lowry, Sogard, Barton around the infield with both back behind the plate. Gray with a win in his last start. 6 2/3 innings of shutout ball. Excuse me. He beat the Rays 2 starts ago and then ended up losing a well-pitched ball game to the Astros. Strike 1 to Alex Presley.
Yeah, where he pitched 8 very good innings, even though he got the loss in that ball game.
It's only one game that really kind of got away from him. That was his game in Baltimore in late August. 3 1/3 innings, 6 earned runs. 1 strike to Presley, and he takes up high.
Well, Gray is 5'11", about 200 pounds, but they say he can get that fastball in the low 90s. Great curveball. He's supposed to have a very tight rotation on that curveball. Out of Vanderbilt University, A's #1 pick just a couple of years ago.
Tapper, foul. Ray Fosse, who's been a longtime analyst and a former all-star catcher, of course, in the American League, said that Gray reminds some people in terms of his stature and yet his ability to throw in the 90s consistently. Tim Hudson, who used to pitch for the Oakland A's.
That's Ray Fosse
next
there.
to Glenn Kuiper, who does the play-by-play. 1-2 to Presley. And a strikeout, 1 away.
And Gray's been able to pick up some strikeouts. 45 strikeouts now in 40 1/3 innings at this level. Came up earlier this year in the bullpen, made 2 relief appearances and then recalled, and he's been in the starting rotation ever since, making his 7th major league start.
Escobar's first plate appearance since returning to the ball club after the Rochester season ended. Sent down with a .214 average, and as Bert mentioned, he hit over 300 at AAA. Fouled back a strike.
Yeah, Escobar down in Rochester, played in 43 games. Had 51 hits and 166 at-bats, a .307 in batting average.
Breaking ball, strike 2 call. Fouled away. The A's keep coming up with them. Good young starting pitchers. And very often what happens, they're with them for a year or 2, it seems, and they're dealt for even younger starting pitchers.
Just saw Jared Parker. He pitched in yesterday's ball game. Had a no decision.
Ball left up and away. We haven't seen the big snapping breaking ball we were told that he has. 1-2.
Well, there's a big curveball and there's a tight curveball, and I think the one he struck out Presley on was that tight curveball. Not real big, but very quick, like that. Pretty good pitch.
2-2.
It's not the curveball will start at your eyes and then end up down by your shins. It's a very quick curveball.
Could have hit the corner. 2-2. Third strike. Escobar called out, 2 down.
Try to find out what that home plate umpire, that being Dale Scott, will give you. He's a crew chief here. And it looked like he made that curveball was a strike, looked like a wave, but then he went inside, and Dale Scott kind of moving with the catcher in the upper part of that box track strike zone, but it was a strike.
Rest of the umpire and crew, Miller, Titchener, and Buckner. 2 down, 2 strikeouts. Brian Dozier at the plate, and a fastball down the middle of strike.
That's what you want to do if you're a young pitcher coming up, is establish that fastball early.
Hot fly will reach the seats. 2 strikes.
And I say that because he has a fastball in 93, 94 already. Get ahead with that fastball, because a lot of the Twins hitters first time around are probably going to take a pitch.
Two strikes. Tapper left side. Donaldson fires on the run. Dozier retired, and a 1-2-3 bottom of the first for Sonny Gray. Now Brandon Moss, one of the powerful trio of A's outfielders, gotten 66 home runs. Coors Light cold hard fact, second in the major leagues in terms of power from outfielders. Got Moss, Cespedes, and Crisp, and they combined have hit the 66. Moss has hit 26 of them. Strike one. Moss, Cespedes, and Barton will face Pelfrey here in the second inning.
I mentioned for Sonny Gray, if you haven't faced a club before, get ahead with that fastball. That's exactly what Mike Pelfrey's been able to do.
Foul back, 2 strikes.
Moss in his second season with the Oakland A's came up to the big leagues with the Boston Red Sox. Also spent time with the Pirates and the Phillies.
Down and away, and it's 1-2.
And you saw the movement of that pitch right there by Mike Pelfrey. That two-seamer that just seems to run away from left-handers, and he'll throw it in on right-handers.
Foul back.
We almost saw the difference in those two pitches right there. If you leave that up, it doesn't have the same movement than it does when you create that angle. And you're only talking maybe about a foot difference between throwing it thigh high and knee high. When that ball is around the knees, that ball dips a little bit. Or you keep it up, it straightens out.
1-2 to Moss.
Going fastball in.
And tried to hit that corner but missed. 2-2. The wins over the last 20 starts have been in Detroit, 3 earned runs in 6 2/3 innings. And in Toronto, no runs in 6 innings. And there have been some other competitive quality starts along the way. That's inside. And Pelfrey again thought he had the corner.
I tried to go inside.
Time he turned his back on Dale Scott. That's the second pitch already in the game where Pelfrey thought he's had a strike right there on the inside corner.
Well, remember, Escobar was struck out on that same pitch.
Driven to the corner, but foul.
As a pitcher, all you're looking for is consistency out of that umpire. If he's going to give it, on the inside more than away, then you're going to, you expect that as the game goes on. Dale Scott's been umpiring a long time. He's usually, I pitch to him. He's usually very consistent back there.
That long?
Yeah, that's a long time.
To left center for the gap. Willingham will chase it. He won't get there. One hops the wall. In fact, it goes over the wall for a ground rule double. So instead of striking out Moss, it's a ground rule double leading off the second inning.
Well, again, if you're not going to get that ball down that angle, it's going to stay up, and that's exactly what that ball did right there. Pretty much right there, and Moss hitting it sharply the other way. And for Moss, that's his 16th double of the year.
Cespedes will bat with Moss at second. Nobody out. We're on the hands, ball one.
Yeah, one thing about Dale Scott, this is his 27th year of being a Major League umpire. He started back in 1986.
The A's, before coming to Minnesota, had a 4-game series at home with Houston. The Astros won the first game, then the A's came back and won the next 3. And they would like to, having already lost the first game, respond similarly here in Minnesota. 2-0 to Yoenis Cespedes. Driven a base hit to right center field, and it may run the gap as well. Backhanded by Arcia, and it's RBI double for Cespedes behind the Moss double.
Yep, back-to-back doubles. Cespedes picks up his 20th double of the year, driving in his 67th run. It's an early 1-0 lead for the Oakland A's.
Both doubles to the opposite field.
Just a fastball away that he just took over the head of Dozier. Into right center.
Now Derek Barton will hit. And falling behind, ball one. This afternoon, Kansas City continued its improbable march toward a possible playoff berth. They beat Cleveland 6-2. Right now, the Royals and Indians are tied in the win column. So necessarily, if you consider Cleveland to be a playoff contender, you better include the Royals.
One thing the Royals have, they have a very good staff. Not only starting staff, also a very good bullpen.
Unlikely, of course, that they would catch and pass the Tigers, but they're in the wild card hunt now. 2.5 games back. Tampa Bay Rays are losing. Texas has already lost. Pirates beat them 7-5 this afternoon. Bounce to the left side. Escobar has it. Looks the runner back and throws Barton out, one away.
Yeah, not a good at bat for Barton right there. Unable to advance the runner.
Now is as good a time as any to bring a group of friends, relatives, business associates, what have you, for a group outing to Target Field. You can visit twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS to get a great deal on group tickets today. One down, and now Seth Smith. Smith serving as the designated hitter for Oakland.
Smith in his second season came up with the Rockies, got traded over to the Oakland A's in 2012.
Dribbled up the line, foul. The A's DHs have not done much. The team is hitting .249. The designated hitter is supposed to be one of your better hitters, and they've run a bunch of people through that position, as is the custom these days. And the A's DHs, they had one of the better ones. Their hitting coach was one of the better ones, Chili Davis. A's DH is hitting just .220 with 14 homers and 61 runs batted in. Not close. Pelfrey's misfired a number of times here in the first couple innings.
Well, one thing I don't think the Oakland A's have is a everyday designated hitter, like a Billy Butler with the Kansas City Royals. You know, I think Bob Melvin, what he changes around is gets guys off defensively and puts them in that DH spot. Seen a lot of clubs do that now.
1-1. 2-1. Well, the Twins have done that. I guess right now you'd have to say in most games Ryan Domit is a designated hitter in September.
But Gardy's kind of used it too to give guys off. You know, Mauer a day off. Justin, when he was here, a day off on the field. But you want his bat in the lineup.
2-1. Three and 1. Vogt on deck. Trying to keep the damage to a minimum here in the second inning. Something he obviously had a hard time doing in his last start against Toronto. And the Blue Jays scored 5 runs in the third inning. Three and 2.
Well, Roy Smalley, I know you're right down there on the field, but a guy like Mike Pelfrey, when he falls behind an account, he doesn't have that strikeout pitch. So he's got to come in with a fastball, and a couple of those fastballs to Moss and Sepsis were pretty straight.
Yeah, that's the problem. It seems when Mike gets in a little bit of trouble, as he did after the leadoff double, then he comes right back 2-0 to Cespedes, and instead of being able to go strike 1, strike 2 like he was earlier in the ballgame.
Poke foul.
And that's the biggest problem. It's one thing to lose, just not have command right from the start of the game. You just can't find your fastball. You can't find the strike zone. But when Pelfrey, even when he's been good, what I've noticed is something happens that's unfortunate. He doesn't get that call on Brandon Moss, then Moss hits a double. Now he's in a little trouble, and now right away gets Cespedes in a 2-0 count, and that's where he's got to jump right back with his command.
3 and 2, and a walk fills first base. Pelfrey had a 1-2-3 first inning, a pair of doubles and a walk in the first 4 plate appearances, and a couple of teammates want to talk with him about it.
I'd like to see Mike Pelfrey, in this, I don't know if it's last start or whatever, but mix in more off-speed pitches too. Maybe Rick Anderson. Everything's fast, fast, fast.
I think that's a great point, Bert. And I talked about that a little bit while while I was filling in for you when you had a little time off and Pelfrey pitched. And I really think it's effective from a hitter standpoint. Even if you've got a good fastball, and even if the ball's moving a lot, and you like your fastball a lot, you got to show hitters other stuff. And oftentimes, Bert, I've watched pitchers, and I think that you would corroborate this. I've watched pitchers lose command of their fastball. Catcher starts throwing down curveball and slider signs, and they kind of find themselves again. Something slows down or something. Isn't that right?
I agree. Yeah, I mean, right now everything's hard, hard, hard. He's got to, Oakland A's knows that. So drop a breaking ball over right here, and I bet your vote would take it.
Fastball off the plate.
Fastball away.
But not only that, Bert, sometimes your mechanics get helped out. If he's rushing a little bit, he can't find exactly the release point on his fastball. You throw a breaking ball, you throw a slider, you throw something else, and all of a sudden your rhythm slows down a little bit. You find that arm angle again.
Oh yeah, you're right, because sometimes with a fastball you have a tendency to overthrow and rush, and a breaking ball you have to stay back a little bit to make sure that it breaks, keeps you back.
Right.
1-1 to Stephen Vogt, the catcher. Pelfrey has so far this year gotten 16 ground ball double plays. Foul back, 1-2.
Even that pitch up right there, got to get there. You don't want a double play. You want that two-seamer that we showed you earlier in the ball game. Tomas, that was down. Take a look right here. Let's take a look at his delivery right here. See the arm dragging just a little bit. Liam Hendricks last night, I thought he had a quick arm. That ball kind of exploded on him, especially in the first 3 innings. And then, it kind of caught up to him where you have to really find a way to get that right arm a little quicker to catch up to your body. There he kind of stood straight up.
And he missed the strike zone by about a foot. 2-2.
Well, too many pitches already. 25 pitches here in the second inning. Only needed 10 for a 1-2-3 first.
That foul tip. Herman hangs on, a strikeout for round number 2.
And Pelfrey picking up a big strikeout, his first. See, Voigt went out of his swing zone right there to chase that high fastball.
We'll bring up Eric Sogard. See the location, not where Herman intended, but strike 3 nonetheless. Sogard, the number 9 batter, 2 aboard, only 1 scored so far this year, or this inning. Down the middle, a strike.
Sogard in his 4th season with the Oakland A's. First season he's been up pretty much all season long. Last 3 seasons up and down between AAA and Oakland. There's a good off-speed pitch right there.
Got a weak foul out front. Yeah, got a weak foul over by the Twins dugout. Well, it's been a long inning for Pelfrey and his teammates out in the field, and he can wrap it all up here with just 1 run scored if he can get Sogard. Right down the middle. Pelfrey walks off the mound. He gave up a couple of doubles to start the inning. A little bit of damage control kept it a 1-0 ball game.
bottom half. Well, the Twins may be on the outside looking in on the postseason push, but Ron Gardenhire said today it is still important for him that his guys still played the right way these last couple of weeks here. So yesterday he had them out here early working on their bunting, and today Joe Vavra met with a few of the newer guys to go over base running basics. Gardy says he wants guys like Alex Presley and Darren Mastrani, a bunch of the younger guys too, to really be more aggressive on the base paths, and it is important to start forming those habits now. Dick and Birdie says he does not want to wait till spring training to clean that up. They've still got 3 weeks left to teach these things.
Yeah, and in Presley's case, Jamie specifically said their concern was Presley might be a little gun shy after trying a stolen base, getting thrown out to end the ball game here against Toronto. Arcia to lead things off in the second, then Bloof and Willingham.
If you're a baseball player, September is just as important as April and the other 4 months. Sometimes more important if you're a young kid getting an opportunity to get a cup of coffee, what they call a September call-up, to make an impression.
1-1 to Arcia. Got a hanging changeup last night and hit the stuffing out of it. He hit it 438 feet to right center field, and he hit it almost as high as he did forward.
I said that was kind of like a Jim Thome type shot.
Back to the mound. Arcia retired, 1 down. You can get involved in our broadcast. Let us know who you think will be the Arby's Value Player of the Game. Text the word value followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234234. Trevor Plouffe will hit with 1 gone in the second inning. Plouffe had the average up over 250, a couple points below. The hope would be in the final 19 games that Trevor can continue what has been for him one of his, maybe his best stretch of hitting all season long. A period of time when he's used the whole field more. He's gotten some singles and some doubles and some home runs.
Well, I remember last year in June and part of July, he hit, I believe, 11 home runs during that period, but the average was still kind of down. Yeah, that was a great home run type surge that he had, but you're right. I think, you know, for about the last month, that average is right around 300. So that's where he wants to be. Twins would love for him to be hit, you know, 260, 270 and hit 20+ home runs.
Breaking ball snaps over, strike 2.
Hit 24 last year, and so far this year 14.
Guys, I've been watching Trevor for some time now, last couple of weeks in batting practice, and I've never seen him hit so many balls to the right side of the field, right side of the diamond in batting practice. He and Tom Bernansky are working very hard on shortening up his higher leg kick. He doesn't kick as high. He lets the ball get deeper, and I think we're seeing the results of his trying to use practice using more of the field.
2-2. Strike 3. Third strikeout already for Gray.
Yeah, there's the curveball right there. It's not a big curveball. What it does, though, is very tight rotation. You throw that fastball in the low 90s, and then it looks like a fastball, and then you can see the tight spin on that pitch.
That's a great curveball, Bird. I'm going to tell you what, I'm very impressed with this young man. He's got a lot of late life in his fastball, which you have to respect. A guy throwing 92, 93 with it, it just keeps riding at you. But that curveball is a nasty. That one he struck Trevor out, that was nasty.
Yeah, good tight rotation.
You bet. That was late. You know, it was like your curveball in that it not as good yet, but it has a lot of break very late.
And that's what makes a good curveball. Make it look like a fastball, and then it just drops. Now going inside with the fastball. And good pitch right there. Hit the glove of Vogt.
1-1. Willingham with 2 home runs last night. 1 on a hanging slider, and 1 with, I guess you'd have to call it a hanging fastball. One that tailed right over the inner half of the plate.
Yeah, even Ryan Cook said he threw him a cookie.
This one driven hard to the gap. Willingham will hold up with a single. First Twins hit. Willingham driving one through the shift. The
Twins have a base runner with 2 out in the second.
And he continues to hit the ball sharply against the Oakland A's. Came in hitting .405 against the Oakland A's with 7 home runs and 17 RBIs. 15 hits and 37 at-bats, and it's another base hit.
And there's something that we haven't seen Josh Willingham do in 3 months. He hit a line drive to the right of second base on a fastball. During the slump, it looked like he was so pull conscious.
Chris Parmelee, the batter. Down and in a ball. Parmelee's second straight start at first base.
Hey, Roy, were there clubs that you just knew when they came into town you're going to have good success against?
Yeah, it's amazing how that works. Cecil Cooper and I, after the first 4 years that Seattle was in the Kingdom, we had the record for most home runs by visiting player. I used to just kill Seattle, and especially in that Kingdom. And you just walk into the place and you expect to do well, and you can't explain it. You just expect it.
Side 2-0. Parmelee 1 for 2 with 2 walks in the game last night.
And I'd have to say the same things for a pitcher too. There's certain ballparks you've had success in. You go in, it's that positive thought, everything's rosy. And then there's other places you go and you go, oh God, I wish I wouldn't pitch in here today.
Parmelee pulls a great stop at first by Barton. Diving to his right, taking a hit away from Parmelee, and wrapping up the second inning. And you can get interactive with us during the broadcast by participating in the AT&T Twitter poll. And we're wondering which of the September call-ups you are most intrigued to watch. Is it Chris Parmelee, Scott Diamond, Eduardo Escobar, or Cole DeVries? The presence of DeVries has offered the suggestion, that in the presence of Scott Diamond as well, that Twins who've already announced they will expand their rotation to 6 to include Diamond, but they may alter it to allow DeVries a start at the expense perhaps of Pelfrey or Andrew Albers.
Yeah, right now Cole DeVries is out in that bullpen.
Coco Crisp, the batter, taking strike 1.
There's Cole.
And now outside 1-1.
Well, that was a changeup right there. So like I mentioned last inning, you have to mix in your other pitches too. 29 pitches used in the second inning, so he needs a quick inning. Back-to-back changeups. Keep it down. Pretty good pitch.
2-1. Now these things only work out if both parties are interested, but Pelfrey on his end has already expressed a desire to come back and pitch for the Twins next year. Says he enjoys the environment, appreciates the opportunity and the instruction that he's been given. The ball deep to right, down the line near the pole, and it hits the foul screen. A home run for Crisp. Right down the line, just inside the pole off the foul screen, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, one thing Pelfrey's done a good job of keeping the ball in the ballpark. That's only his 13th home run allowed, and Crisp hitting home run number 19 on the year. Not bad for a leadoff hitter. That fastball came right back into the swing of Coco Crisp, and that is his 14th home run as a left-handed hitter.
That was a leadoff double in the second that led to a run. Now a leadoff home run. Here's Josh Donaldson.
For the A's, their 158th home run on the year.
Guys, I got to tell you, I've admired Coco Crisp's defense in center field ever since he was with the Red Sox, but I never in a million years would have thought he'd hit 20 home runs in the big leagues. I just didn't see it.
Hey, Roy, you got a perfect angle there. Usually a ball that's hit like that will hook. That one didn't look like it hooked at all down the line. How's a hitter keep a ball on the inner half of the plate like that from hooking foul?
You've heard guys, hitters talk about staying inside the ball, and what that means is your hands come way inside the line of flight instead of out and around and hooking the ball, and he did that very well. His hands led the barrel to the ball, and
Donaldson hit in the wrist or the hand. Donaldson so critically important to the Oakland A's, giving them Gold Glove caliber defense and incredible offensive numbers. And we just hope that he's all right.
That ball came running in on Donaldson. And you can see him open up. It looks like the right hand. Take a look right there. Yeah, it's a right hand
right out of his hand.
Yeah, boy, hope he's all right.
And that's really tough when your hand's on the bat like that when you get hit too, because it acts as a kind of between a rock and a hard place, if you will, and you have no recoil. The ball slams in and stays in there. Stays on that bone.
You see the trainer right there shaking his hand, trying to see if he can get some feeling into that right hand area. You're right, Dick. You know, this guy, Oakland A's have that two-game lead over the Texas Rangers, but this is a time of the year you cannot afford to lose a very solid player like Donaldson. The hit batsman by Pelfrey, that's his 6th hit batsman of the year. That's a good sign. He's going down the first.
Yeah, if he's not seriously hurt, he is very lucky, and so are the Oakland A's. Donaldson aboard. And now Jed Lowry. Lowry with a soft line drive caught by Dozier to wrap up the first inning. Second inning got off to a rough start for Pelfrey. He was able to keep the damage to just 1 run, and a rough start now again here in the third. Down low, ball 1.
And I think when Pelfrey gets into this position, a runner on base, everything just slows down. And another reason that I think he's been so inconsistent this year, can't keep a good pace going.
Outside 2-0.
Bert, it's almost like his pace slows down and his body speeds up. You know, his pace in between pitches much slower, but then as you've said, his body gets out ahead of his arm drags, and he loses that release point, loses command of the fastball.
Roy, we've talked about it before. You're a defensive player. You're my shortstop. The last thing you want to do is just stand around. Get the ball and throw it. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's not just the time in between pitches. It's the time in between contact, like we're seeing again right now. 3-0, another 3-ball count. So that's a kind of a double whammy. You take a long time in between pitches, and then you go to a lot of 3-ball counts, and you got your infielders and outfielders standing around a long time.
3-0. And a fastball for a strike.
You know, I know Pelfrey wants to come back, but I think I'm going to be honest. You know, the Twins need starting pitching. you know, they have to go out and get people that are consistent. And Mike Pelfrey has not been consistent this year at all. And, you know, if they want to go out and you know, re-sign Mike Pelfrey, maybe because it'll be a second year since Tommy John, maybe he'll be a little more consistent.
Dozier picks up the grounder, Parmalee to the bag eventually, 1 down, and on the play, Donaldson goes to second. 1 down, and Moss will hit.
You know, Twin starters have been very inconsistent. 38 and 59 as a staff. That's 21 games under 500 with an ERA at 5. As Tom Kelly would say, that's unacceptable.
Because of that, particularly if they shut Pelfrey down, but the Twins are going to have just one pitcher who would log enough innings to qualify on the ERA chart at season's end.
Anthony Swarzak.
No, that's the surprise. It's not their long reliever. Kevin Correa has already thrown 167 in the 3rd innings, and for leadership in the ERA category, you have to throw 162 innings, an average of 1 inning pitched per game played. And it's looking more likely that Pelfrey's not going to get there, and there's really nobody even close. There's just a couple of other guys over 100 innings. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
You know, I think in the pregame they were talking about Glenn Perkins passing Bill Campbell, Soupy Campbell, and Bill Campbell one year as a reliever qualified for the ERA title. He threw on over 162 innings out of that bullpen. That was when Roy Smalley's uncle, Gene Mock, managed the ball club.
And I was playing shortstop behind him. He was an incredible reliever. He could throw every day and throw you 4 innings every day.
You know, he's a part of our fantasy camp every year down in Fort Myers, Florida, and he still looks like he could pitch at this level.
I'll tell you what, I bet he can still go get him in center field even now.
In 1976, take a look at the pitch in on the corner, and that's then the frustrating pitch for Pelfrey because he figures he should have had that called a few times earlier. Inside. In 1976, Bill Campbell never started a game. He pitched in 78 games. He threw 167 and 2/3 innings and won 17 ball games. He was the top winner on the staff that year.
He was a vulture.
And the only reason that he didn't have more saves is because Gene used to he'd bring him in the 7th inning. Say, here, just finish it off as best you can.
Yeah, give up a couple runs and then we'll come back and win the ball game.
2-2 with 1 gone here in the 3rd.
Oh, Soupy could pitch.
Missing inside, 3-2. Cespedes on deck.
Does his right arm still turn just a weird way because of that screwball he threw all the time, Bert, when you see him down there?
Oh, yeah. He can still throw it.
Full count to Moss. To center field, and a good read by the runner Donaldson at second. He'll score, and it's a 3-0 ball game. A little flare into right center. Moss with his second hit.
Yeah, kind of got jammed right there, but you know, Moss very strong. He just fought it off and hit in the short right center. Picks up his 74th RBI. Take a look at the pitch. It's up in the zone. And that ball came back again, almost the same pitch that Coco Crisp hit out, but Moss kind of jams himself and hits it softly for the RBI single.
Cespedes drove in the first Oakland run with a double. The last 10 plate appearances, the A's have taken a walk, had a batter hit, and gotten 4 hits, and so far 3 runs.
I will tell you one thing, guys. If Pelfrey's not going to get that inside corner called, that he's now thrown it right there and not gotten the call, it's going to lead to innings like this. And as a hitter, you might expect me to not want that, an expanded strike zone, but that's not an expanded zone. I mean, I I don't like the boy, if you can throw it 4 inches off the plate and throw it there every time, you ought to get that call to strike attitude. But if it's on the black with 2 strikes, I think it ought to be a strike.
1-1. Behind first. Parmalee with a basket catch. A very nice grab by Chris Parmalee for out number 2.
Yeah, nice catch there by Parmalee, having to go into foul territory, and then a little basket catch. For the second out of the inning. That keeps Moss at first base. Now, Roy, did you say black on the plate if he throws it near the black?
Yeah, I did.
Look at that. Hear that, Dick?
There might be the instrument, the thing that's laying
right
in the
here,
ground,
right there,
might have some black.
There's a black.
But the strike zone is the white area.
But if the baseball is on the black, it also has to be on the
No, it doesn't.
white area.
That's why
yes,
part of it is white and part of it is
your
black.
Your whole idea is to make that 17-inch plate become a 23-inch.
See any black?
No, you're going too far, bud. Sorry.
Okay.
Not working.
17.5-inch plate?
Missing inside again.
Yeah, but you know what? The umpire's not giving you that. Larry Barnett was one of the umpires that when I was on the mound, he wouldn't give me that pitch right there. So I came in for a purpose. If I'm going to go inside, I'm going to go way in, and then I'm going to work down and away, because that's what Larry Barnett's going to give me. He's going to give me 2 or 3 inches away, but if you're going to try to keep going in there and he's not giving it to you, you have to make an adjustment.
What a throw by Chris Herman. He was running to the dugout before Florimone caught the ball. Herman throws out a runner at second. The A's had 2 more in the third.
Link, your link to what's next. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us.
Chris Herman will lead off the bottom of the third. He ended the top of the third with an accurate throw to second base, and seemingly knew it was the third out before it was actually recorded.
All right, take a look right there. Herman saying, okay, even before the tag, I knew I made a great throw right on the mark.
Herman, Florimone, and Presley will hit in the third. The Twins have a hit, but really haven't threatened to score yet. The hit coming with 2 outs in the second.
Yeah, Sonny Gray on the mound starting his third inning, 27 pitches, 18 for strikes, and making his 7th major league start. 5 of his first 6 starts have been quality starts.
Up and away, ball 1. Herman's average has fallen into the 2 teens when it was 240-ish. You had to remind yourself he's only hitting 240. He's had so many big hits. It seems like his batting average should be higher than it actually is. Yusmeil Pinto getting the day off. Likely start again tomorrow afternoon. And there's Herman. Might have cracked his bat, but he gets a base hit to left. The number 8 batter with a leadoff hit. That'll bring up Florimon.
Yeah, Herman, you know, he's no more of a defensive catcher than an offensive catcher. Even in AAA, hit 227. Did drive in 22 runs in 69 games, but good piece of hitting right there. Fastball away, just went with it.
And now Florimon. Florimon's average just seems to have hit a plateau in the second half of the year. He's been hitting in the 225 to 235 range, it seems like, ever since the All-Star break. Taken low, ball 1.
This will be an interesting winter for Florimon. Really his first full year at the major league level. You could see the first half, second half numbers, but you know, 250 career hitter in 9 seasons in the minor leagues. I think as the summer has gone on, he's gotten more and more confidence. I think we've seen him better play at short, and you know, you get that ball down in the strike zone. I don't know how you feel about it, Roy, but I think this young man right here has got a good future ahead of him if he stays healthy.
I agree with you, Bert. He's a terrific defensive shortstop. He can make all the plays and a lot of plays you don't expect him to make. But yeah, that was a close play at first base. Quick move by Sonny Gray. But as far as Florimon offensively, he's got some work to do. He really does. He's got some mechanics, some swing mechanics issues, and he's decent on the low fastball, but he's got some holes. He's got to work on some things.
1-1. 1-2.
Good curveball there.
That's a good curveball.
You know, Roy, I heard you talking in the pregame about Arcia, you know, staying off that high fastball, and it's almost the same as Florimon too, isn't it? I mean, he'll chase that fastball up, and that's kind of been a problem for him. One
of the things that young hitters need to learn is what they do well and what they really don't do well, and you try to work on your weaknesses, but for the most part, until you have that solved, you need to lay off. If you're a low ball hitter, you need to get your sights down and not swing at the ball up to the zone. I mean, just take it. You don't have to, just because it's a strike early in the count before you have 2 strikes, there's no sense swinging it. Take it. If it's called a strike, it's called a strike. But if you swing at it, you're either going to pop it up or miss it anyway. So take it. Give yourself a chance to get into good hitters' counts so that you can get that ball down where you're good.
Roy, you were a former shortstop. How long did it take you to feel comfortable with your swing, being a switch hitter like Florimon?
Oh, it took me. I came up in '75, Bird, and it was probably by '78 before I really knew I was going to be a good big league hitter.
Yeah,
it takes a while.
Point. Yep. It's not going to happen just like that. There's not too many Mike Trouts out there.
That's right. You have a lot to learn, and unless you're an exceptional talent like Mike Trout or someone like that, there's a lot to learn up here in the big leagues. They work on you. You guys work on us pretty hard.
2-2 to Florimon. Foul tip.
And there's that high fastball right there.
1 down.
Strikeout number 4 for Sonny Gray.
And that'll bring up Alex Presley.
Let's take a look at this strikeout right here, the 4th by Sonny Gray, up in the zone. And that's that pitch right there. Roy, that's Arcia right there, exactly in the pregame you were talking about.
That's exactly right, and both guys have a little bit of a dip in their hands. They hitch down just a little bit, and so the big end of the bat gets a little bit below the line of flight of the ball, and they can't catch up with it up there. Down is okay, but up there it would be very difficult with those swing mechanics to catch up with that ball.
Presley takes ball 1.
Is it quickening your hands? What is it? I mean, he kind of brings his hands back a little bit. Is it a shorter swing?
Yeah, he's got to learn to keep his hands above the ball and the big end above his hands a little bit better. You saw in that swing where his hands dipped, that dipped the barrel of the bat. and then he just never could catch up. You know, you talk about hand-eye coordination, and really it's when you're hitting, it's the hand-eye coordination. The barrel of the bat's 2 feet, 2.5 feet out from your hand, so it's not exactly hand-eye coordination. It's how do you get the barrel to get to the ball when your hands are getting there, and if the barrel's lagging behind, you're just not going to catch up.
1-1 to Presley.
Yeah, I guess I'd take everything what Roy talks about into the pitcher's mound, and the same thing we're talking about Mike Pelfrey. If you fly open and you drag your arm, it's hard to get out front, you know, and work out front. Same thing what Roy's talking about, the snap of the wrist.
It's exactly the same thing, Bert. The mechanics are exactly the same. If you're opening too soon, the barrel goes down and behind, or your arm drags. Same exact mechanic.
Chop foul, 1-2. Twins trying to take advantage of a leadoff hit here. Already down 3-0.
Well, when Gray got called up earlier this year in July, they put him in the bullpen for a couple of relief appearances and then optioned him back to AAA Sacramento. Then recalled August 10th, and he's been put in that rotation down in AAA Sacramento. 20 starts, 10 wins, 7 losses, an ERA of 3.42. He's pitched better up here than he did in AAA.
Lifted to left center, crisp over, and a catch made for out number 2. And before Escobar comes up, the sports and highlight show you've been waiting for is here. Fox Sports Live as Jay Onright and Dan O'Toole are joined by Donovan McNabb, Gary Payton, Andy Roddick, and Carissa Thompson. And they will bring you everything you need to know about the world of sports. Fox Sports Live airing nightly on Fox Sports 1. Escobar called out on strikes in his first at bat.
That's about the only fastball that we have seen Dale Scott call inside. Pelfrey again has not had that call made, and that's the strikeout of Gray getting Escobar on that fastball inside.
Down and in, ball 1. Seems so long ago, but remember the first 3 weeks of the season, and Escobar was the best hitter the Twins had. Got the big walk-off hit here in the first series against the Tigers. I think, and we'll see more of him, of course, in September, but I think you can imagine Escobar being part of the solution here for the role that he's equipped to play, a utility player. You can, at least I can, picture him being a utility player on a championship ball club.
Yeah, almost like a Jamie Carroll. Carroll did that for a long time. Play a lot of different positions.
2-0, 3-0 with Dozier on deck.
I think the question is can he hit at this level?
Right.
Well, that will be the competition among the guys that are candidates to be the utility infielder, won't it? Doug Bernier has shown that he can flat pick it out there at 3 positions. Escobar has played well defensively, so they've got at least 2 guys, maybe 3 in the organization that can catch the ball. It's who's going to give them the best chance of getting a hit off the bench or in a reserve role.
Here he draws a 4-pitch, 2-out walk, and Dozier will come up with 2 men aboard.
That first walk for Gray.
You know, that's one of the things about the roster too this year as we think back to where this season all began in April. And Escobar and Carroll both made the team. They weren't starters for the most part. They were, bench players, but they were almost a redundancy. And when the Twins decided to go to 13 pitchers, you're left with just 3 bench players, and you had 2 guys who were essentially the same player. And of course, Carroll now traded to Kansas City. Off to a very slow start there, but the Royals have the best record in the American League since the All-Star break. Strike 1 to Brian Dozier.
Yeah, good curveball right there for strike 1.
What that curveball does to a hitter is really get him on one pitch or the other. That's not a curveball that you can adjust to looking for a fastball.
Another one in the dirt, 1-1.
And that's really, really important. I think what a pitcher is trying to do, or what I think a pitcher should try to do, is just plant some uncertainty in a hitter's mind about what pitch is coming, or what side of the plate it's going to be on, or what speed it's going to be. He's got a fastball, a good fastball, and a really hard curveball that I think you got to hit that curveball effectively. You have to be looking for it, which takes you off the fastball, and vice versa. And that's why that good a curveball is tough on a hitter.
That's why I mentioned Mike Pelfrey in the second inning needs to mix up his pitches, especially that first count. There's another breaking ball.
Third straight curve, and it's a 1-2 count.
When you have a curveball like that, and I had a pretty good curveball. I mean,
yeah, not bad.
You have a lot of confidence in that curveball as much as your fastball. And there's certain situations, certain hitters that you say, you know what, I can get this guy out with a breaking ball over the fastball. Don't want to make a mistake right here to Dozier. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes back with another one right here.
1-2 to Brian Dozier. Off the end of the bat, dropping for a base hit. They're going to wave the runner Herman around to throw a terrible one, and everybody moves up another base. Cespedes hooked his throw third of the way up the baseline. And Dozier dumps an RBI single into left.
Well, it looked like another breaking ball. He just left it up. It kind of flattened out a little bit and allowed Dozier to kind of hit that ball sharply like he did. So Herman, who has good speed as a catcher, being sent home right there by Joe Barbara. He scores the first run for the Twins. And an error should be charged to Cespedes.
A couple of really bad mistakes by Oakland right there. I am absolutely with you, Bert, on thinking that Dozier was going to get another one of those good hard curveballs. Honestly, I've seen the pitch 3 times now, and live on our replay and up on the board here in the stadium. I still can't figure out what that pitch was. He hit it like it was a fastball. It was up high in the zone. It was maybe the worst pitch he could have thrown him after setting him up so well with those breaking balls. So I was right with you on here comes another breaking ball. And you said he wouldn't give Dozier a chance to beat him or to hurt him, and he did. And then Cespedes was just an awful throw, allowing 2 guys to move up.
Yeah, no error on the play, just an RBI single, and Dozier going to second on the throw home.
Arcia at the plate. Fastball and a swing and a miss.
Yeah, that was a curveball, Roy. It was at 87. You know, we've seen the fastball at 94 like the last one. And
most of the curveballs were 80, 81, 82, Bert. That looked like maybe he had a little slider spin on it or something. It was weird. It was very, very different. I don't know what it was, but
whatever it was, he should put it in his back pocket.
Let's gas that one.
1 strike to Arcia. Tying run at second, 2 away. And off the plate, 1-1. Arcia's first time up. He'll come backer to the mound.
But you know, the tying runs at second base right now, there may not be an error on Cespedes, but my goodness, if he throws the ball anywhere near the cutoff man, no, the runners don't move up.
1-1 to Arcia. Flared foul, 1-2. Asked Arcia today who hit the longer home run. He was standing right next to Josh Willingham at the time. Arcia said no, 1 point for Willingham. Apparently they measured Arcia's at 438, Willingham's at 439.
They were both in a long way. If I'd given them up, I would have been proud.
1-2 to Oswaldo Arcia. Curveball got him. Went back to what has been his best pitch here tonight. The Twins get one. They get a 2-out hit from Dozier to make it a 3-1 game. innings and a 3-1 Oakland lead.
Well, back-to-back doubles in the second inning put the Oakland A's up 1-0, and then a home run by Coco Crisp. Then later in the inning, an RBI single by Moss made it a 3-0 ball game. And Sonny Gray, 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. He's thrown 51 pitches. Dozier getting the RBI single for the Twins.
Barton, Smith, and Vogt will face Mike Pelfrey. And everybody in the cream-colored uniforms would love it if Pelfrey had the type of inning he had in the first inning. 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. I think it was 8 pitches, something like that.
Yeah, 10 total. That was it.
Swinging a foul and 1-1 the count. The last 2 innings have been very laborious, which is a college word meaning long and what's another word?
Frankensteinish.
Just takes forever. He faced 11 men in the 2 innings.
I want to suck your blood.
Well, no, that would be Dracula.
Oh,
that would
okay.
be vampire.
Okay.
And he didn't say laboratory.
That's right. I said laborious, not laboratory. And Pelfrey.
And I'll be back in a minute.
Base hit to center, and the leadoff man is on again. Seth Smith drew a walk his first time up.
Okay, I'm back.
Smith walked and didn't score. The A's started the second inning with a pair of doubles. They started the third inning with a home run. Now the fourth inning with a single. Herman didn't catch it. I think Dale Scott blocked it. Kept it from rolling off the dirt.
Yeah, that's what Barton saw at first base. He took off for second base, but the ball did get too far away. He had to scoot back.
One and 0. Seth Smith. This is what we saw in innings 2 and 3. Pelfrey has already thrown 68 pitches and only 37 strikes.
It's such a frustration, right? It has to be for the Twins manager and pitching coach, and even Terry Ryan. You all were talking earlier about whether or not they would re-sign him, and I agree with what Bert's saying. And then you see 94 with good movement. You say, well, maybe he's going to get it under control at some point in time. And so it's got to be a real head scratcher for them, trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do. Because I agree with Bert. If you just look at performance, you'd say too inconsistent. We can't deal with that. On the other hand, they don't have a lot of starting pitching. They're looking for something, and this guy's got 94 with good movement.
Right.
You know, and so you go back and forth, and it could be a wrong decision. Either decision could turn out to be the wrong one.
Well, 3 years ago, he won 15 ball games for the Mets. He was 15-9 in 33 starts.
Deep to right center. Presley cutting it off, hoping to make a catch off his glove and off the wall. Barton will be held at third, and that will hold Smith at second. Might have been a little unfamiliarity for Presley with center field here, because it looked like he had room, leaped, had the ball, and it bounced out before he came close to the wall.
Fastball that came running right back into the swing, and Smith hits it a long way. And you saw the leap right there. Good effort by Presley. Had it in his glove, and then just trickled out. Well, it'll be a double for Smith. And Barton had to hang out around second base before he could take off for third. And that's why he stayed at third base. Smith with his 24th double of the year.
Corner infielders up. Nobody out. Runners at second and third, and now ball one to Stephen Vogt. Vogt struck out on a foul tip in the second inning, and Pelfrey will try to get him again here. Activity in the Twins bullpen just beginning here in the fourth. With Pelfrey running into some immediate trouble again in the fourth inning. dribbled foul. 1-1.
Well, quality starts have been tough all season long for the Twins, and Mike Pelfrey, he's had 10 quality starts in 26 starts. And what's a quality start? Where you pitch at least 6 innings, give up 3 earned runs or less. Twins as a staff have only 57. That's the fewest in the American League in quality starts. So we showed you a graphic in the pregame about how many comeback wins the Twins have had. 59%. It's because the starting staff has put the offense behind the 8 ball.
This one will drop into right field for a base hit, an RBI single for Vogt, and it's 4-1.
And everything now is up in the strike zone.
You're right, Bert. The one thing that will frustrate pitchers, oftentimes I see frustrated body language because they jam guys, just like Pelfrey has given up, 3 or 4 like this. He got in on him again. And,
yeah, but that's belt high.
Right, and that's the point I was going to make. What you understand, what a lot of guys don't understand, is if that ball's down, it's you jam him with a ground ball, a weak ground ball. But when it's up, big league hitters are strong enough to muscle it into the outfield. He has to pitch down. You keep saying it, and that's one of the examples. They either hit it hard, or even when they hit it softly, if it's up, you can get it over the infield.
First and third, still nobody out. Sogard called out on strikes his first time up.
Yeah, the middle of the infield for the Twins about halfway, not all the way in.
Rolling behind 1-0. One of the reasons Pelfrey hasn't logged more innings, only twice this year has he completed 7 innings. There have been a couple other times when he's pitched into the 7th, but only twice has he completed 7. 2-0. And at the rate he's going, even if he were allowed the opportunity, he might not complete 5.
And you have to look at home away road too. Here at Target Field, Mike Pelfrey, this is his 14th start here. He's 2-5 here at Target Field with a 5.5 earned run average. He's actually pitched better on the road.
Won his first 2 decisions here back in April. 2-0. Well, back 2-1.
Well, 29 in the second, 24 in the third, and looking for the first out here in the 4th.
The situation for Ron Gardenhire and Rick Anderson is different than it was in Pelfrey's last start. Mentioned he gave up an unearned run in the first and 5 runs in the third, but the Twins left him out there because they hadn't expanded their roster yet. That's not the case now. The Twins have plenty of pitchers, including DeVries. 2-1. And you just get to
you know what, Dick, though, remember that ball game. He did give up 6 runs, 5 earned in the 3 innings, but then put 3 zeros on the board after that.
Right.
And saved some of the wear and tear of that bullpen. But here he's just erratic.
But I mean, the point was that they didn't have a whole lot of options back then, and now they do have options. DeVries wasn't here. Tonkin wasn't here. Martis wasn't here. 3-1. And a base hit to center, and it'll be 5-1. And I'm guessing that's going to be the end of the day for Mike Pelfrey. Got through the 3rd inning with just 2 runs allowed, but now 4 hits to begin the 4th. And Mike Pelfrey, if he wanted to pitch well tonight to keep pitching, did not succeed. Smith scores, and the A's have jumped out in front here with nobody out, runners at first and second, and we'll have a pitching change. It's 5-1 Oakland, and we're only in the top of the 4th.
pitches earlier in the ball game that I really frustrated Mike Pelfrey. I mean, these are strikes right here. So not only Mike Pelfrey maybe had a bad night, I think Dale Scott missed a lot of pitches that kind of put him in a situation. I mean, we're showing you 3. Here's another one right here. Watch Pelfrey's reaction right here. His arm goes up like, come on, man. Where do I have to throw the ball?
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more, Bert. He had those hitters beat on those pitches, and those are quality pitches. Those should be called strikes, in my opinion. I agree with you.
You know, sometimes in a ball game, you'll go back and say, boy, if you called that one pitch, but we showed you 4 pitches right there that could have been called strikes that weren't, that kind of put Mike Pelfrey in a hole.
And
but
really,
he put himself in a hole late by getting some balls up.
Maybe the most damaging one was the pitch to Moss, who ended up getting a double, and then that led to the first run of the game. Well, Josh Renicky coming in to try to pick up the pace, get some outs, keep the Twins in this game. It's already 5-1, and there's strike 1.
You guys were talking about how many young arms are out there for help when the starter only goes here 3 innings plus. Isn't it interesting that it's not the young arms that are in here? It's Josh Renicky in the 4th inning with nobody out. Ron Gardenhire very, very aware of the races that are going on. They're playing a contending team, and he's not. It looks like he's not about to give up the ship here yet, or appear like he's not giving his best effort. We may see some younger arms if the game gets out of hand, and by the 7th inning, 8th inning. But right now, he's trying to stop this right here. And he's trying to play it absolutely pure for everybody around the league.
Very, very good point, Roy.
1-1 to Crisp.
You know, if you're the Texas Rangers and, you know, you're maybe watching a ball game and they bring in somebody that's basically been in AAA all season long, you know, it's a 4-run ball game right now. And, you know, it's still here in the 4th inning. Twins have only hit 3 times.
Right.
DeVries has pitched in the big leagues last year. And it might be that if you get Renicky, if Renicky can get the Twins through the 4th, then DeVries would enter in a long relief role. There's a strike on the outside corner. 2-1, 2-2, excuse me.
I just feel Renicky in his first season with the Twins has done a great job out of that bullpen. Very solid numbers.
Popped up behind third. This could be trouble. Florimon with a long run, and he can't make the play. The throw coming to third, and he nearly forced Vogt. Willingham's throw nearly hit Vogt as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Escobar didn't go out like a first baseman and try to, you know, get that ball a little bit quicker. That throw, Willingham had to come in. Now Florimon had to go a long way for that ball. And this is the second ball that's kind of gone into the glove of a Twins defensive player. It's kind of popped out. And you can see Crisp right there.
Yeah, he thought it was a foul ball. Chris stood in the box.
Would have been a great catch.
Yeah, it would have been a terrific play. Florimon had to go, as you said, a long way for that ball. And I think you're right about Escobar. I don't know exactly why he wasn't stretching out trying to get that force.
Solid single to left for Donaldson. And everybody moves up a base, including Vogt, who scores. And it's 6-1.
Well, Donaldson picking up his 83rd RBI of the year on that base hit.
Got hit by a pitch last inning.
The Oakland A's, my goodness.
6 earned runs so far logged to Mike Pelfrey. Nobody out, 3 innings plus. The extent of the outing for Pelfrey.
6 straight hits for the Oakland A's. Twins still looking for the first out.
Tap foul, and Herman either got some dirt through the mask or Lowry's follow through hit him in the mask with his bat. We'll hope it's just dirt that came up.
It was dirt that came up. He jumped away from that right away, and as you can see, went right to his eye. It was something got in his eye.
Well, whatever. He appears to be fine. 1 strike. Just foul. Bill Miller, the first base umpire, and he nearly got turned inside out.
Yeah, Ty Waller right there, and also the batter Lowry showing the umpire where that ball hit. Take a look right here.
Almost looked like it hit them right on the chalk line.
Yeah, I'm looking right down the chalk line. I thought it was a fair ball. It was very, very close. I couldn't see beyond the bag, but it looked like it hit right on the chalk.
Melvin coming out. Now they're going to call everybody in. And this is going to be interesting, because how in the world on a ball like this would you overrule yourself and place the runners? Bill Miller called it a dead ball, a foul ball.
Well, he's going to be saying, I danced out of the way. I don't know if he was able to keep his eye on the ball.
I don't think he was, Bert. I don't think he really had a good look at it. The home plate umpire would have been looking down the line just like I am, and he would be the only guy that could see it. They're talking to the other umpires, maybe what they do to Dick's point about where they put, if they overrule him, if they try to get it right, which they should do, and the home plate umpire saw for sure that it was a fair ball, then they'll get it right. But now they have to talk about where the runner's going to go.
Dale Scott is a crew chief, and let's see what he's going to do.
And here comes Ron Gardenhire, and this isn't going to. He's not going to last very long.
No, this will pretty good chance this is the last we'll see of Garden.
I saw Dale Scott. Now he's a crew chief going no to Bill Miller, and then they had to explain something to Bill Miller. Artie's not a happy camper here.
I think what happened, to be honest with you, and maybe we'll have a replay that will show it. I think there was visual proof that the ball hit the chalk line, and Bill Miller came in and said, I didn't see it. I called it foul, but it's right at my feet. The ball kicked up chalk.
Yeah, but you've got to realize that there's infielders, outfielders coming in and sometimes kicking the chalk line. So.
And Gardy's, you can read his lips. You called it foul. You can't reverse the call. Dale Scott, the crew chief, and Bill Miller are being very patient here. I think they realize that they have put Ron Gardenhire in a very ticklish situation here. This is not something that anyone has ever seen happen before. They're advancing runners all over the place on a ball that was ruled foul.
It looks like they're giving Lowry a double.
Next year, of course, that'll be a different issue, but this is this year. And Ron Gardenhire given a lot of latitude, and the latitude just ran out.
Yeah, 5th time that Ron Gardenhire has been ejected this year, and you knew that was coming. Let's take a look at the replays right here. Now, Jet Lowry at the plate. This will probably give us the best angle right here.
Watch right here. It's still hard to tell.
Yeah. Try to back it up a little. This is tough right here because of that base right there. You can't really
it almost looked like it hit the base, which we know it did not do. Well, it's 8-1, and I'll be curious to get Ron Gardenhire's commentary, and we would hope the umpires would step forward as well after the game and explain how a call like this can be reversed. Now, a home run call, of course, is different. You can go to replay. But this appeared to be a situation where the base umpire called everybody together and said, look, I think I blew it. What are we going to do? And they are.
And the fans saying that's a fair ball. You know, I think Gardy's upset too because they gave Lowry a double.
Well, exactly right.
He stopped everything, so it should have only been a base hit.
Well, exactly right. And how do you know? How can you assume what's going to happen? The ball might have hit off the fence and ricocheted back to the right fielder. I mean, how can you assume it's a double? Why not a triple? Yeah. I mean, how do you know? I think that's one that you're right. That's one of the main things he's mad about.
And you know, baseball has a way of repeating itself.
Bill Miller hearing it. As he should. He was in self-preservation mode when the ball was hit on a line at his feet, and you can understand that. But I honestly don't understand how you can arbitrarily give someone a double when the world stopped as soon as he called it a foul ball.
Right. Well, and the other thing, guys, is that so many times the ball, the home plate umpire has the call before it gets past the bag, when it's in front of the bag, and then the base umpire when it's beyond the bag. And how many times have we seen one or the other say, when the ball goes by there, not make a call as Moss strikes out, but not make a call because he would know it's the other guy's call. Right. The home plate umpire will call something in front of the bag, and somebody will ask for help, and the base umpire will say, no, it's not my call, it's his call. And so that's what I'm sure makes Gardy mad. We look at it again.
Then the compound matters. Now there it looks like it did kick chalk or hit the chalk line. But I was going to say to compound matters, Miller's kind of screens us from the follow through on the replay, but it looked like it hit the chalk line, and that's why I'm just guessing that there was a mark left on the base path.
Well, I'm just wondering why Miller, you see him get out of the way.
In the middle of the screen on the right half, yes. We think that is the mark from the chalk line that that's the only thing that would lead me to believe that the umpires would be compelled to reverse the call. They've got, the Zapruder film right there. There's visual proof of something happening that was made the call incorrect.
Well, Joe Mauer hit a ball down the left field line in Yankee Stadium that was fair by 3 feet, and nobody went to anybody else and said, hey, did I get that right or wrong?
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, what Gardy's mad about is saying, first of all, that's your call, and you called it foul, and nobody can overrule you because it's past the bag. We have precedence about that, and then how can you arbitrarily give the guy a double? You have no idea where all the runners should be, because as you said, Dick, as soon as you threw up your hands, everybody stopped. How do you know where someone should be? So, I mean, Gardy, that's those two reasons why. That's what Gardy was going out there and not going to stay in the ballgame about.
2 strikes to Cespedes. One of the runs allowed, now charged to Renicky. And another foul ball. Well, as animated as the discussion was with Ron Gardenhire, Dale Scott, and Bill Miller, I think the important discussion was the one amongst the 4 umpires, where again, you can imagine Miller saying, hey, look, I called it foul, but it's right there on the chalk line where the ball hit. It was a fair ball. And whether
second base umpire Tishner and Buckner at third, they didn't know.
Driven to deep right center, and that'll score 2 more. Cespedes with a 2-run double. And not only Pelfrey's line, but now Renicky's line not looking too good here.
Yeah, second double for Cespedes. Now driving in 3 runs. Ball out over the plate, hit sharply. One hopping the fence in right field. And this is one of the ugliest innings of the year for the Twins.
Terry Steinbach's going to come out and make a pitching change, I think. Nine men have already batted, and there's only 1 out. Ryan Presley will come out of the pen to pick up the 4th inning. An inning that has gone terribly wrong.
inning. There's still only one out. And our Century linked to what's next with crossed fingers, hoping that Ryan Presley can settle things down here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, Ryan Presley coming in, making his 44th relief appearance, his first career appearance against the Oakland A's. Right left-handers hitting 267, right-handers only 223 for Presley.
Derek Barton started the inning with a single. He scored about a half hour ago. Ten to 1 Oakland. Down low, ball 1. And now up and away 2-0. Twins just got a run in the bottom of the 3rd, make it a 3-1 ball game, but A's have added at least 7 here in the 4th. And a drive hooked into right center field. That'll score another run. Barton with his 2nd hit of the inning. And scoring from second is Cespedes.
Yeah, Barton most of the year down in AAA, getting an opportunity to come up, more and more of a defensive player, but gets his 2nd hit. Driving in his 11th run of the year. Well behind an account, came in with a fastball. That was pretty much right there. Barton hit it sharply into right center.
Seth Smith with a walk and a double.
Everybody in the Oakland lineup has at least 1 hit, and every one in the lineup has at least scored 1 run. I like 28 right there, but not on the top. I'd rather have it on the bottom.
Well, it's still early tonight. Couple of walks, couple of hits. Somebody jacks one. The Twins are right back in this thing.
Times 2.
1-0 to Smith. And the inning at least turned in Smith's at bat. He hit a drive to right center field, and Presley chased it, had it in his glove, but on his way down short of the fence, the ball squirted out of the glove, and that's kind of symbolic for how this whole inning has gone. 2-1. Outside corner, 2-2. Dozier covers the grounder. They get the force at second, and that's all they get. Out number 2. Smith reaching on the fielder's charge. And that'll bring up Stephen Vogt. Twins tickets remain available and affordable. Some seats start at just $8. A lot of baseball left at Target Field this season. Day game tomorrow, weekend series coming up with Tampa Bay, then a week-long homestand at the end. You can check out the Steal of the Week and demand-based pricing for more great deals on single-game purchases all season long. These and other special deals available every day of the week at twinsbaseball.com/tickets or by calling 800-33-TWINS. It's been a particularly long evening for Chris Herman. Pitch in the dirt, dugout, ball 1. Just in the 4th inning, and I'm guessing Herman's already caught more than 100 pitches. Well, he hasn't caught them all. They were thrown in his direction.
Yeah, maybe about 50 of them.
.44 pitches coming this inning. So whatever Pelfrey had coming into the inning plus 44. 1-1. Another one in the dirt, blocked by Herman.
Chris's forearm's tired from wigwagging all those signs. I know that.
2-1. Walloped to deep right. Arcia just looks over his left shoulder. Stephen Vogt hitting a 2-run home run.
And for Vogt, his 4th home run of the year. And the A's have put a big crooked number, a 10 on the board here in the top of the 4th inning. High fastball. Vogt does not miss it. Second home run for the A's in the ball game.
There is this. For the first time since the first at bat, the bases are empty.
They're always the positive.
That's right. You got to try to find something positive even when you're in the midst of a 10-run inning. Sogard singled in a run, scored, but who hasn't is in it. Actually, Brandon Moss hasn't. He struck out. Foul back. 2 strikes.
You know, this game's going like that one we had in Oakland back in 2009. Remember the Twins took that big lead off of Gio Gonzalez, and then the A's came back and beat the Twins 14-13.
Matt Holliday hit a big 3-run or grand slam home run.
Yep.
2 strikes.
I remember Kadire slid into home and it looked like he was safe and he was called out in that ball game. Twins had a 10-0 lead. They led 12-2 going into the 3rd inning in that ball game.
Nick Blackburn started for the Twins, and Nick was healthy and pitching well for the Twins at the time, but obviously not that night. Presley.
This should get a standing ovation.
A miserable inning for the Twins as the A's score 10. Presented by McDonald's. Right now, you can get 20 crispy chicken McNuggets for just $4.99 at McDonald's. And by Toyota. Let's go places. To find the nearest Toyota dealer and check out our current offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Very patriotic day as it's turned out over the last 12 years. Thoughts of the horror of 12 years ago. Our Pepsi fans of the game.
Patriotic, very nice.
For the record, as the Twins hit here down 13-1. 12 years ago today, the Twins were in the Detroit area. They were going to play the Tigers in a series. Of course, baseball was never played, and Brandon Moss now in left field, and Josh Reddick getting a chance to take over in right. Reddick just off the disabled list. He's had a wrist problem. And the Twins were in Dearborn, Michigan, and after finally securing a bus, the Twins and the traveling party bussed home from Dearborn, Michigan. And the next game the Twins played was at the Metrodome. One strike to Trevor Plouffe. Josh Willingham, Chris Parmelee will follow. You gonna give me your usual business about Sonny Gray is out there trying to pretend it's a 2-1 ball game?
No, nothing. Nothing. That's the way you have to go about it. You love the run support, but last thing you want to do if you're a pitcher is to go out there and give 3 or 4 back. The Twins would like to do that, but you have to do, and in your mind it's a 0-0 ball game, even though it's 13-1. And you continue to pitch like you did the first 3 innings, and Gray picking up his 6th strikeout, getting Plouffe for the 2nd time on that curveball.
Well, we have some wildlife here, grasshoppers, and a couple more innings. We'll probably be hearing some crickets. One down on the 4th. Josh Willingham will bat. Sharp single to right center. His first time up. He takes up high. Two and 0. And this afternoon, Kansas City behind James Shields beat Cleveland 6-2. Bottom of the 7th in St. Petersburg. The Red Sox have a 3-1 lead. Texas lost to Pittsburgh, and the American League wild card race is becoming more compressed, or so it would appear. Texas has already lost. Tampa Bay is losing. Baltimore is losing to New York. Cleveland's lost. The top 4 teams in the wild card standings are losing or have already lost.
The divisions might be one, but who's going to be the wild card? There's 2 teams.
Well, the wild card standings, with the Royals putting on a late season surge. In the American League West, while Oakland has the lead, and it would appear that that lead will grow to 3 games, the A's go to Texas from here. Three and 2 to Willingham. 1 gone on the 4th. Half swing, and Willingham, they say, checked, or at least Bill Miller says it. And we all know his opinion is the only one that matters. Willingham takes a walk. That'll bring up Parmelee.
Yeah, 2nd walk for Gray.
Parmelee hit a ground ball to Barton. Actually, it was a smash, and Barton turned it into the 3rd out. It was a very fine play by Barton.
Yeah, he made a nice play. Dove off that bag after holding on to Willingham and made the final out.
Detroit and Chicago scoreless, bottom of the 6th at U.S. Cellular Field. Down the middle, a strike. One and 1. Another team that's putting on a little bit of a run over in the National League, the Washington Nationals. They have beaten the Mets 3-0. And they are re-emerging in the National League wild card race. Up and away 2-1. Started the day 6 back. But the Reds won today. They beat the Cubs 6-0. Pirates won too. Art Span's been swinging a hot bat. Jason Worth done a great job carrying the Nationals over the 500 mark. Called strike 2-2.
Oh, right now it sure looks like the 2 wild cards will be coming out of that Central Division. Either Cardinals, Pirates, or Cincinnati. One of those, 2 of those 3. Whoever does not win it.
Justin Morneau got 3 hits today for the Pirates in their win down in Texas. 2-2 to Parmalee. Could be a double play grounder for 6. Martin with a nice stretch. 3. And the Twins send just 3 men to the plate in the 4th. moving out to left.
Yeah, Roy, I know you're still down there. That's a good play by Dozier. I mean, you know, look at the scoreboard, but still a nice play.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right, Bert. You play the game hard till it's over, and we've seen Brian Dozier make that play time after time. He is so comfortable with that slide, isn't he? I mean, and you know, the good thing about that slide is he gets to the ball in low position, but can pop up and throw. If he were to stay on his feet, his momentum would take him much harder towards center field. So he's learned how to get his body position low and stopping kind of at the same time. It's really, I don't think I've ever seen second base played that way, and it's really very, very effective.
1-0 to Lowry. Driven to deep right field. And Arcia back. It's gone. A home run. And DeVries gives up a couple here in the 5th.
And Lowry hitting his 12th home run of the year. He has 4 RBIs in a ball game. As Donaldson scores ahead of him. He's scored 3 times already. And it's a 15-1 lead. Breaking ball down, and Lowry, that uppercut swing, hits it into the first row, right over the limestone. 3rd home run in the ball game for the Oakland A's.
It's 15-1. Roughly the same odds of us completing this broadcast with our FCC license intact. 1-0.
Yeah, Roy, watch it down there.
One and 0 to Brandon Moss, who missed out on the party in the 4th inning.
I just want you guys to know I'm living on my mute button down here.
All right, okay. A's scored 10 times in the 4th. They got 10 hits, and Moss struck out in the middle of the inning.
Surprised he's still in the game.
Up and away, 3-0. Three and 1. 15 runs and 16 hits. Reddick warmed up in the on-deck circle. Home foul, 3-2. Won a 1-run ball game last night, but they're getting their
I don't think this will be a 1-run ball game.
Wednesday dinner and Wednesday lunch handed to them here today. And Moss draws a walk. Cespedes out of the ball game, and Reddick will hit. If you're looking for something extra special to take home after a game at Target Field, check out the kiosk down the right field line. You might find a bat, a ball, a jersey, some item, scorecard perhaps, used in a game here at Target Field. Check it out between gates 29 and 34 in right field. Next time you're at a ball game, to stop by the kiosk, find something unique. Call 800-33-TWINS. Off-speed pitch over for a strike.
Well, it's been a frustrating year for Reddick. He's been on a disabled list a couple times this year with that right strain wrist. The numbers way down, hitting .213. Last year hit 32 home runs for the A's.
Foul back into the seats, 2 strikes. Yeah, it's been the same chronic problem for Reddick, and an opportunity in a blowout ball game for him to air out his swing a little bit and see how it feels.
Well, he's a guy that's got some power. Again, 32 home runs last year. You know, if they get into postseason, he's going to be a dangerous out. So they need him healthy.
He golfs one down the right field line, off the very top of the wall.
I think that's
they're calling it a home run. Bill Miller calling it a home run. And now Arcia is wondering what's going on. And Terry Steinbach may come out of the dugout here.
Arcia kind of putting his hands up that, you know.
And Arcia looking into the dugout now, and here comes Terry Steinbach.
I believe they can look at this. They can go in and challenge this if Terry wants to challenge it.
This could complete a really awful night for Bill Miller.
Well, watch the pitch right here. It's a curveball. Reddick went down and hit the line drive.
Oh, hit the top of the wall.
Top of the wall and came back into play.
No.
That's what the umpires will do. One umpire stays on the field, that being C.B. Buckner.
Well, that's not our camera guy down the right field line, so we can't ask him whether it hit the camera. That's the only thing I could defend or say about Bill Miller is he must have thought the ball hit the camera. Well, it's just what this game needed, a little review of a home run that wasn't a home run. And I think they will come back and give a ruling of a double. Terry Steinbach coming out saying, hey, take a look at it, because our right fielder doesn't think it went out.
Well, this one they have an opportunity to get right.
Yep.
And I think they will. Let's take another look at it right here. That hits right off the wall. There's that, looks like that yellow paint right there, but it didn't go over the wall, came back into play. Should be a double for Reddick.
But again, as we move forward here with replay in a situation like that, if you call it in play, then everybody continues the play, and then you can review it and see whether it went over the wall. It seemed like it would be a much better call for an umpire to let the play continue and then review it.
Yeah, Moss basically stopped at third base. He may have been able to score on that.
That's right. And for that matter, Reddick had stopped for rounding second base.
So it'll be a double for Reddick in his first at-bat since coming off the disabled list.
Second and third, still only one out, and the one out required a good play by Brian Dozier. And Derek Barton, we got 2 hits in the 4th inning. Ball 1.
Barton, a guy that comes up and down with the Oakland A's. Last 10 seasons, a lot of it in the minor leagues. A career .288 hitter in over almost 800 minor league games.
To center. Presley over into the gap. To make the catch. A fly ball scoring Moss. It's a 3-run inning.
Yeah, sacrifice fly for Barton, picking up his second RBI. And it's a 16-1 ball game.
Seth Smith will hit. Smith with a walk, a double, a couple of runs scored. Yankees now leading 5-3 over the Orioles at Camden Yards. Inside a ball. And the Tigers scoreless in the 7th against the White Sox. Anthony's 1-1. Said earlier it's Frier's first major league game. That's not the case. He caught a couple of parts of a couple of seasons with the Pirates. His first game as a Twin.
Yeah, he's with the Pirates in 2011 and 12. About 16 ball games, or in 16 ball games.
2-1. 3-1. In terms of outs recorded, we're not even at halftime yet. And a strike called, 3-2. Fouled back. DeVries 2013 debut. 5th pitcher for the Twins.
Yeah, Cole, 28 years old, signed by the Twins in 2006. Non-drafted free agent. Played his college ball, of course, out of the University of Minnesota.
And a walk.
The second walk of the inning for Cole.
The 8th man to bat this inning. Vogt with 2-run home run his last time up. Single and a run scored earlier in the 4th inning. Over the inside corner, a strike. And a base hit to right. Reddick will be held at third. There's no intention of trying to run up the score, and the bases are loaded. And the A's have battered around again here in the 5th.
Yeah, and Vogt picks up his 3rd hit.
Rick Anderson to the mound. He's trying to coax one more out here in the 5th inning out of Cole DeVries. Angels beat Toronto 5-4. Gave up 16 runs earlier this year against the Mets to set a target field record. And now the A's have tied it. And the bases are loaded, and we're just in the 5th inning. Sogard with an RBI single. Somewhere in the middle of the 4th inning. One strike. Back to DeVries. And that ends it. 3 more runs, 3 more left aboard. And the A's have a 16-1 lead.
That's right. That's what I was just thinking.
Nothing ball.
Keep telling yourself that.
Nothing ball. The scoreboard says it's 16-1. Sonny Gray will face Chris Herman, Pedro Florimon, and Alex Presley. Twins have some bench players. They may get into the game here.
Yeah, it looks like Oakland having some defensive replacements. I see Weeks at second base.
Herman led off the third with a single. Dozier drove him in with a single. And it was a 3-1 ball game at the time. The Twins had runners at second and third. And then Arcia struck out. And that's when the roof caved in. 1-0 to Herman. Started behind the plate. Mercifully moved out to the left. It's down the line. It'll be a foul ball. Back in the seats.
Well, through all this, Gray has been able to get 5 ground ball outs, only 1 fly ball out to go with his 6 strikeouts. Did allow a run in the 3rd inning. Jamal Weeks taking over at second base. Sogard moving over to short. So Jed Lowry out of the ball game.
One and two to Herman. In the dirt, 2-2. 70 pitches for Gray. Two and two. Three and two. Florimon on deck. Chopper up the line. And Gray to the bag, 1 down.
Well, we were told coming into the ballgame that Sonny Gray had a pretty good curveball, and I think we've seen it from this young man. Only 23 years old. There's a good curveball right there that struck out Presley to start the bottom of the first. Trevor Plouffe struck out a couple times on that curveball. Arcia, and there's Plouffe again.
One down in the 5th. Florimon, the batter, struck out his first time up. Yankees beat Baltimore 5-4. The Rays tied up the game in the 8th against Boston 3-3 as they move to the top of the 9th. Here it's a 0-0 ball game. One and one.
Love these pitchers duels, don't you?
Swing and a miss, 1 and 2. Not going to do much for the Twins team ERA.
I think the team's ERA was already bad.
Hendricks started last night. Pelfrey a short start tonight. Scott Diamond going in the series finale tomorrow. And Kevin Correa will start the Tampa Bay series. 3-2. Gray walked a man on the 3rd, another man on the 4th.
I'd have to guess fastball right here. Better be a fastball. And he misses. Third walk. Remember, you have to go 5 innings to qualify for a win.
And that'll bring up Alex Presley. Struck out in the first and hit a fly ball to center in the third. If you just joined us, the A's scored 10 times in the 4th inning. Manager Ron Gardenhire excused for the evening after arguing a curious reversal of a foul ball call on a double that landed at the feet of first base umpire Bill Miller. Presley drives it to right center field in a long way. Off the scoreboard. Florimon around third. Presley will stop with an RBI double. Florimon scoring on the double off the bat of Presley, and it's 16-2.
You know, Presley's had some good at-bats. 15 hits now and 43 at-bats in a Twins uniform. Fastball came running right back into the swing. And Presley with his 3rd double, driving in his 6th run. So it's a 16-2 ball game. Here come the Twins.
Here's Escobar, drew a walk in the 3rd, struck out in the 1st. '80th pitch of the ball game for Gray. Ball 1. Misses inside 2-0. I'll say this, watching Gray pitch, when Vogt, the catcher, sets up outside, the ball's pretty close to the target, and similarly when the target's inside, as it was there to Escobar, it might not be thrown for a strike, but it's not off by more than a couple inches.
And that's what you want to do as a pitcher. Catcher sit away. If you miss away.
Escobar chips it foul back into the seats.
That's pitching, not throwing, and I think, you know, what you see is Gray is the kid that you know, learned a lot playing college ball out of Vanderbilt University. Signed by the A's in 2011, their 1st-round pick, 18th pick overall in the 11 draft. Spent 3 seasons in the minor leagues. Won 17 ball games in 53 starts.
Fouled back by Escobar. Two and two. Twins third baseman.
Would you call that a check swing?
Protecting the plate.
It's headed to Roy Smalley down there in the camera.
Whatever it was way too close to over here.
A little bit high, 3-2. Well, the Twins will face another Vanderbilt guy on Sunday, David Price. Full count to Escobar. Florimon walked on a 3-2 pitch. And Presley followed with a double. Fouled off the foot.
Fastball inside and Escobar
Off the back foot.
Ouch. Learning a new dance.
Doug Bernier's on deck. He's going to hit for Brian Dozier. And another foul ball. Another 3-2 pitch to Escobar. Foul tip. Vogt hangs on. That's out number 2.
Yeah, that might be the first strikeout, his 7th, the first one on a fastball. Escobar strikes out for the 2nd time.
Famed car customizer Ryan Friedlinghouse and his crew at West Coast Customs continue to take common vehicles from ordinary to extraordinary in West Coast Customs. Each episode brings viewers inside one of the most dynamic car shops in the world. Don't miss a new episode on Sunday. Here's Doug Bernier's had some shoulder issues or his elbow problems that has kept him out of the lineup. The Twins have cut down his throwing from the infield positions last couple of days. He told me yesterday the arm feels a whole lot better. Breaking ball snaps over, strike 1.
He kind of buckled on that breaking ball.
One strike. And fouled away. 2 strikes.
We talked about Doug Bernier before. 33 years old. He was called up on July 14th. Spent 12 seasons in the minor leagues. Over 1,000 games he played in the minor leagues.
Fly ball hit to center, crisp over a few steps. Twins get a run on an RBI double from Alex Presley. We've already completed 5. And it's 16-2. Right field line. We had one that hit the foul pole. Our Coors Light freeze cam showing you the home run that wasn't.
Yeah, Josh Reddick, that right there, called a double. One of the 18 hits for the A's here in this ball game in the first 5 innings. It's not a home run.
Originally ruled a home run, just like the ball was originally ruled foul, and then they awarded a double. Allowed 2 runs and led to the early exit for Ron Gardenhire. So you think it's been a bad night for the Twins? It has, but Bill Miller hasn't really enjoyed the best of nights either. Michael Choice hitting. And he drives one to right. Off the wall, and then it hits the limestone and runs almost back to the infield. And Choice will hold up with a double leading off the 6th inning.
Roy's getting an opportunity to get in that bat. Hit over 300 in AAA. He took that pitch the other way for a double.
Did you say hit a triple?
No, for a double.
Oh, a double.
Double. I said in AAA.
Oh, AAA.
Yes, he hit over 300.
One and
yeah, for Choice, his first extra base hit at the major league level. His second major league hit in 8 at bats.
1-0 to Josh Donaldson. No, it's Andy Perino. I beg your pardon. A's have 34 players. We may see all of them before
this is becoming a spring training game.
2-0 to Perino. (3-0). DeVries faced 9 men in the 5th. 3 of them scored. 3 of them were left on. Doug Bernier is in at second base, having hit for Dozier.
Yeah, Perino coming up with the A's the last couple of years, up and down with the San Diego Padres.
Jemile Weeks will hit next. Swing and a miss, 3-2. Foul back. Tigers got a run in the top of the 8th. They're leading the White Sox 1-0. Three and 2. And another foul ball. This will be the 40th pitch for DeVries. And another foul ball. Three and 2 again to Perino. Fly ball center field. Presley comes in and he makes the catch. One away. And that'll bring up Weeks. Second at bat of the year for Weeks. Most of his year in the minor leagues.
He had 271 down in AAA, Sacramento, in 130 ball games. A couple of years ago, he looked like he was going to be the second baseman for a long time for the Oakland A's when he hit 303, but had a frustrating year last year. Hit only 222 for the A's. A September call up this year. Weeks, the brother of Ricky Weeks with the Brewers.
Arm lead to DeVries, 2 down, and Choice to third. Scott Diamond was humbled by his recent demotion to the minors, but on FoxSportsNorth.com, Tyler Mason notes Diamond thinks he has a bright future with the club. I tend to agree. I think Scott just kind of got behind everybody else at the start of the year and was never really able to catch up.
Well, I think it'll be a big start tomorrow afternoon for Scott Diamond.
Yep. He'll be pitching to an A's team that should be tired. Couple of hits, a walk. Brandon Moss with a runner at third and 2 down, and a pop-up back and out of play. One strike to Moss. And another one fouled back, almost the same spot. 2 strikes. Last year, of course, Cole DeVries and Samuel DeDuno were fixtures in the second half of the year in the rotation. Each has had arm problems. DeVries had his earlier this year. Now DeDuno sidelined. He is going to eventually have some surgery in his shoulder. I'll wait for the inflammation to quiet down a little bit. 2 strikes and a pitch up, 1-2. Choice at third, 2 away. And now 2-2. If Moss reaches, Reddick would have another chance.
Yeah, Moss with that open stance, and when Cole DeVries delivers the ball home, he steps right toward him.
Hard to center, and Presley has to hustle back and make a nice running catch on the warning track.
Nice catch by Presley.
That puts an end to the top of the 6th. A scoreless inning for the Oakland A's.
What'd you say?
A scoreless inning for the Oakland A's.
Target Field, and they are one of several teams making a postseason push. That's the subject of tonight's Grand Casino Social Spotlight. We want to know, out of all the teams looking to lock down that final wild card spot in the American League, which one do you think will make it? Use the hashtag ALWildcard, and we will share your thoughts in our post-game show, guys.
All right, thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie.
Wild card standings have gotten a little more compressed today. Texas has lost. Tampa Bay just tied it. The game will be finishing here shortly.
Are you happy that they brought in another wild card?
Yeah, well, from this standpoint, the wild card winner now has, I mean, you've got two teams in there in one game. There's great incentive to win your division. Much greater than there was when the wild card winner, the single wild card team, was almost treated like they had won a division championship. Couldn't have home field advantage, but that never seemed to matter. There were so many World Series champions that were wild card winners. This gives the A's or the Rangers great incentive to win the West rather than settle for a secondary position in a almost equal footing in the playoffs.
Right.
Arcia pops one up behind third. There's a new pitcher in the ball game, Tommy Malone. And the catch is made. Malone, former starter, making an appearance out of the bullpen.
Yeah, his first major league appearance out of the bullpen. Last year, 31 starts. He won 13 ball games. This year, in 24 starts, he's already had 10 wins.
Strike. Yankees with a win today, but Derek Jeter's season is over with. Yankees, here we are in the middle of September, and they picked up a new shortstop, Brendan Ryan of the Mariners.
The Mariners, yeah.
Unavailable to the Yankees should they make postseason play. But just to try to get them there, they needed some stabilizing force. Ryan can be that defensively, but it's just been a ruined season for Derek Jeter. 1-2 to Plouffe. Two and two.
Well, Malone, 26 years old. He came over from the Washington Nationals in the Gio Gonzalez trade over the winter of 2011. It's pretty nice when you have a starter like this that now is kind of a long man out of that bullpen.
Got another one. Brett Anderson has had arm problems, and he's become their long reliever. He's gotten three-inning saves this year. Rather than bringing him back as a starting pitcher, they're putting him in. In fact, we may see him here after this inning, just to stretch him out, let him go 3 innings and pick up another 3-inning save.
Well, Malone picks up a strikeout of Trevor Plouffe, and that's the third time that Plouffe has struck out here tonight.
Eric Frier's Twins debut. Mentioned he'd spent some time with the Pirates. Was always in the catching mix at Rochester, first with Drew Butera, Chris Herman, Osmil Pinto, and now he's up here with the rest of the Twins catching contingent, Herman and Pinto.
I mentioned Frier, you know, with the Pirates in 2011 and 12, a total of 16 ball games in those 2 seasons, 8 hits in 30 major league at bats, all of them singles.
Off the outside corner.
Frier,
3-1.
Yeah, 27 years old, originally signed by the Brewers out of Ohio State University.
Drive to left center field and deep. Gone, a home run. Eric Frier with a home run in his first Twins at bat
and
his first major league home run.
Yeah. Good for Eric Frier. He hit 5 home runs down in Rochester. He will forget about those. This one here will remember the rest of his life. Fastball, middle into the bullpen area here at Target Field.
Very nice moment.
Boy.
2,000 minor league at bats, his 31st major league at bat, and he goes deep. Glenn Perkins got the baseball. I think the ball landed in the Oakland bullpen. Parmalee with a swing and a foul. 1-1.
Congratulations, Eric Frier. His 9th major league hit, and he left the ballpark.
And just like that, it's 16-3. Going to miss 2-2.
For Malone, that's his 24th home run that he's allowed.
One of the reasons I suspect he's been moved to the bullpen. And a called third strike. Parmalee's gone. Big moment for Eric Frier as he hits his first major league home run in his first Twins at bat. Batting practice.
Well, at one time it was a 3-1 ball game. You see that ball called a fair ball off the bat of Jed Lowry. Marty did not like it. Bases were loaded. Lowry credited a double, but a lot of hits. 10 hits in that 4th inning, 10 runs. And the A's took control of the game. Cole DeVries out there for his 3rd inning of work.
Second one went better than the first. See if the progression can continue here with Reddick, the batter. And a strike.
Reddick a double in his first at bat.
Chris Colabello in at first base. Clete Thomas in center. Hooked foul. With tongue in cheek, I mentioned that the Twins team ERA is going to spike upward after tonight's game, and you said, well, you know, it was high enough already, and you're right. It entered the game, the Twins team ERA, 4.29. You have any idea what the team ERA was when you guys won the World Series in '87?
It's probably up there.
Yes, it was. It was 4.63. Down and in, 3-2.
Well, other than Frank Viola and myself, we really didn't have anybody that third, fourth, fifth. There was an inconsistency as who was going to start. Les Straker, Joe Niekro, Mike Smithson was in that bunch. Steve Carlton even, I believe, got a couple starts.
Yes, he did. Short left. Florimon backpedaling, now giving away to Thomas, who's out there, one away. Now to Target Field on Friday. Get ready for the hunting season. The first 10,000 fans will pick up that Blaze Orange Camo Cap presented by Pepsi. You can get tickets by calling 833-TWINS or visiting twinsbaseball.com/tickets. Hunting season just around the corner. I would imagine, and I don't know this, but the grouse opener should be maybe even Saturday. Pheasant season a couple weeks after that. One and 0 to Derek Barton. 2-0. Barton with a pair of singles, a sacrifice fly. DeVries trying to eat up some innings. The game was out of hand long before he entered it. Entered the game with the score 13-1. And then the A's got 3 more runs in the 5th. 2-1. Boston with a 4-run top of the 10th inning. And they lead Tampa Bay 7-3. The Rays come to town for a weekend series starting Friday night. Ball chipped to left, and that will die in front of left fielder Herman for a 1-out single. That's what, obviously, Twins fans want their team to be in contention. But it really does make a game like last night an awful lot of fun when you get a late home run like Josh Willingham did, and it impacted the race greatly. The Rangers had not lost yet. They were coming back. They did come back and get to within a run, but that could have been a pivotal turning point in the American League West race and the wild card race. Willingham turns the game around here, and the Rangers almost came back and won last night. Popped straight up in the air, and this one coming back out of play.
And then the Rangers lose today as the Oakland A's have a 16-3 lead. So they're going to expand that lead to 3 games over the Texas Rangers. "20 hits for the Oakland A's with 1 out here in the 7th inning.
A drive to deep center. Clete Thomas going back at the wall, leaps and makes the catch. Good catch by Thomas. Right at the 403-foot sign. Very nicely played. 2 down.
Well, he needed all that room out there, and he got to the wall and then leaped up, made a nice catch. Watch Thomas right here, look where he's at, and then look again, and then leaps up right against the wall.
Kind of similar to the ball that the play Presley had that saw the ball come out of the glove back in the 3rd inning, or 2nd inning, I guess it was.
Yeah, Thomas had a little more time to get to the wall. Presley, remember, he had to run toward right center.
This to left. And Herman with the catch, and another scoreless inning put together by Cole DeVries. 12 years ago, we've thought about it all day long, and we will remember once again here tonight as during the 7th inning stretch we will hear "God Bless America."
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Have weather like we've had here for this series. Chances are it'll be a little cooler. The home openers against the A's on April 7th.
Yeah, they open up, actually the Twins open up March 31st in Chicago. Then they go to Cleveland, where I will celebrate my birthday. And then they come home for the home opener here against the Oakland A's on April 7th. A lot of the interleague play will be against the National League West Division. Other than the Milwaukee Brewers, right, they get to play them again.
Can imagine that weekend or that 4th of July series against the Yankees will be in high demand. Pedro Figueroa finishing up his warm-up tosses. Some other things that caught my eye. The Twins, of course, have to be out of town the week before the All-Star break because they're hosting a game. So the Twins will be out in Seattle and Colorado while Larry DeVito and the grounds crew here will get this field spruced up for the All-Star game. But then after the game, the Twins are home for a week and a half. I mean, this field is going to need a break and a little time to breathe after the All-Star game, all the festivities, and then the Twins have a 10-game homestand right out of the break. Chris Herman will lead off the home half of the 7th, and there's strike one.
Figueroa, hard-throwing lefty. That last one clocked at 97, making his second appearance this year. Made 19 relief appearances last year for the A's.
Swing and a miss, 98, and it's 0-2.
Figueroa, 27 years old, from the Dominican Republic, signed by the A's back in 2003.
.99, he's going right up the speedometer here. 2 strikes.
Figueroa did some starting in the minor leagues of the Oakland Athletics. 78 minor league starts.
Big head-high hop for the shortstop Sogard, and Herman retired, 1 away. If he did, he probably did it from the stretch position. We've seen him throw here in the 7th inning. No runners on base from the stretch. The Oakland starters that we've seen in this series with a very compact delivery, very quiet wind-up position. Fouled back by Florimon.
I remember Kurt Young, the pitching coach. He was, I believe, he was the guy that left-handed pitcher that went over his head when he pitched. You know, a little bit of delivery, but you know, today it just get to that balance point. How do you get that right knee up for Figueroa and then deliver toward home plate? A good fastball just misses outside. I think Tommy John had the. I mean, he would really rock back, get those arms up over his head, and get that ball toward home plate and make it sink.
How do you do that?
It's called sandpaper.
Oh, now come on.
Okay, attack then.
1-2. 2-2. Sharon Martis warming up in the Twins bullpen.
Looks like he will get the 8th inning.
Florimon on the verge of maybe drawing another walk. 3-2.
Second walk for Florimon.
Video game that puts you in the owner's suite is now available free on iPhone and iPad. You can build your ballpark, make the decisions to guide your team to the World Series. Download MLB Ballpark Umpire free today. Data and usage rates may apply.
I like that jersey. I've not seen that one. Because he has it.
That's right. A WBC.
I haven't seen that.
One strike to Cleet Thomas. Alex Presley went 1 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Foul back, 2 strikes. Foul. We were talking about the 87 Twins pitching staff, and no, it wasn't the deepest group in terms of ERA. We had Joe Niekro. You mentioned him coming over. He made 18 starts, once out of the bullpen. He had an ERA of 6.26. Steve Carlton made 7 starts, pitched in 9 ball games, had an ERA of 6.70.
Lefty and really Joe, they were kind of toward the end of their career.
Mark Portugal was just really beginning his.
Right.
7 starts, 13 games, an ERA of 7.77.
Hey, we could hit.
Good, because you sure didn't pitch fairly well. Mike Smithson made 20 starts, an ERA of 5.94. Fly ball to right field. Reddick with the catch out number 2. How'd you guys win the World Series?
We don't know. We were lucky.
Here's another one. Jeff Reardon, 31 saves, right? He had an ERA of 4.5.
He had a couple bad outings.
How in the world did you guys win the World Series with a pitching staff like this? George Frazier.
Come on, Herbie. Come on, Rat. Come on, Pucks. Bruno.
54 games for Frazier and an ERA of 4.98.
That was a good year for him.
Keith Atherton.
Country.
59 games. ERA of 4.54.
Couple bad outings. That'll get that ERA up there. I just talked to Country the other day. He's maybe coming to our fantasy camp.
Is he really good? I'll ask him the question. How in the world did you guys win the World Series?
We'll show you the ring.
Bouncer to third. Backhanded by Donaldson, and that wraps up the 7th inning. To the 8th. It's 16-3 Oakland, and Martis is going to pitch for the Twins. today that Byron Buxton, about 15 months away from his high school graduation, was named by Baseball America the 2013 Minor League Player of the Year.
Well, you know, you look at some of those names. Congratulations to Byron Buxton. Had a great year between single A, both single A's, low single A and high single A. Fort Myers combined ended up hitting .334. 12 home runs, drove in 77 runs, and scored 109 runs. Stole 55 bases.
Sharon Martis making his Twins debut tonight.
Yeah, Martis pitched for me in the WBC from Curacao this year. Did a great job. We kind of used him as a long man out of the bullpen. He went down to AAA. He has some major league experience, that coming in 2008 and 9 with the Washington Nationals, where in those 2 years he made a combined 19 starts in 20 games, 6 major league wins, 6 losses. His last appearance coming June 27th of 2009 at the major league level.
All right, tell me about him. How did he do in the WBC?
He did. He pitched well. He kind of, you know, we kind of used him as a long man. Got a fastball that's got some sink on it, a little slider.
On the left field line. And a nice catch made by Herman. He had the same challenge that Thomas did last inning. He made a peek at the wall to see where he was in relation to it, then reached over the wall and made a nice catch.
Yeah, good hustle by Herman over there, getting over there real quick, and then right there realizes he's close to that little short wall. Good concentration, gets the ball in the glove, and then there's a header into the seats. But a nice catch.
Michael Choice doubled in the 6th inning. Fouled away. 2 strikes.
Yeah, Martis, 26 years old, from Curacao. Originally signed by the Yankees.
Swing and a miss, a strikeout.
There's that slider right there. It's a good one.
A good moment for Martis.
Yeah, big thing for Martis. What I really tried to do is get him to stay back. He did a good job right there. Great location of that breaking ball. Had a tendency to rush a little bit.
Perino's second at bat hit a fly ball to center his first time out. Ball 1. One and one.
Good change up right there.
Boston beat Tampa Bay 7-3. Bottom of the 9th, Detroit leading Chicago 1-0. Fouled back 1-2. Two and 2.
He pitched for me in Taiwan, then Japan. Yeah, he didn't get a chance to pitch in San Francisco in the finals of the WBC.
Left to pitch up. Perino rather fouled it straight back to the screen. And now a full count. Colder Vries gave up 3 runs in his first inning and then pitched a couple of scoreless innings after that. Very much appreciated. The game was started by a very short start by Mike Pelfrey, who went through the Oakland batting order 2 times and was charged with 8 earned runs. Full count. Ortiz with a strikeout. Good 8th inning in his Twins debut. 16-3 Oakland.
All started with a not very good outing from Mike Pelfrey. That's one of the things we'll break down next on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. We'll take a look at Mike Pelfrey's short start and what it could mean for him going forward. Of course, he's one of those pitchers that they are monitoring carefully with his innings getting up there late in the season. We'll also take a look at some positive news for the Minnesota Twins. That would be Eric Frier hitting his first big league home run. It came in his first at-bat with the Twins. Then we'll head inside the manager's office and talk to either Gardy or acting manager Terry Steinbach. We'll see.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Good moment for Pat Neshek. He comes out of the Oakland bullpen to pitch against his hometown team here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, making his 42nd relief appearance, 3.58 earned run average for Neshek. Of course, he wore a Twins uniform from 2006 to 2008 and then came back in 2010. And from here went to the Padres in his second season with the Oakland A's.
3-0 to Doug Bernier. Colabello and Plouffe will follow. And a 4-pitch walk.
Neshek in his 4 years here, 11 wins, 6 losses out of that bullpen in 132 relief appearances. Good earned run average of 3.05.
Colabello making his second plate appearance. Detroit beat Chicago 1-0. And outside ball one. Neshek's unique delivery made him virtually unhittable when he first came up with the Twins. There wasn't a right-handed batter in the league that felt comfortable with him out there. Here's a high fly ball to right field. Reddick letting Weeks handle it, 1 down. And that'll bring up Plouffe. Neshek had a good finish with the Oakland A's after being acquired by Oakland from Baltimore late in the season last year. 2-1 with a 1.37. 24 games, 19 2/3 innings. Foul back, 2 strikes. came up with the Twins in 2006. 4-2, 2.19 in ERA, 37 innings, and only 23 hits allowed. And a good year the next year with an ERA of under 3. Then the arm problems started to surface in 2008. 1-2. Michael Tonkin getting ready to pitch the ninth. Here's a pop-up behind second base. Weeks out. And out number 2. Hall Neshek, one of the ball boys here, had his 15 minutes of fame earlier this year.
Yeah, watch this right here. He definitely right there made a great catch and probably saved somebody right behind him, but took a tumble.
Complete disregard for his body.
Yep.
Down and away, ball 1. Now, has it ever happened in baseball, do you suppose, that a brother has delivered a pitch, it was fouled, and a ball boy, his brother, fielded it? I mean, that's what we should be pulling for here, that Frier pulls one past Joe Vavra, and his brother will be able to pick it up. I bet that's never happened in Major League Baseball. Knocked down by Pat Neshek, and they'll go to second and get a force of Bernier to end the 8th inning. Well, unless Neshek comes out for the 9th, we won't have that historic baseball moment. We can update you now on our AT&T Twitter poll. Which of the September call-ups are you most intrigued to watch? And again, it's Chris Parmalee.
Yeah, Scott Diamond again will make his comeback, hopefully starting tomorrow against the Oakland A's. 24,522 were here tonight.
I don't see that many here now.
Oh, kind of a sparse crowd. Michael Tonkin coming in, making his 3rd major league appearance. This is his 3rd stint with the Twins. He came up in July, sent back down in August, made a couple appearances. One in Tampa Bay, the other one in Detroit. So he's making his debut here at Target Field.
This mop-up duty, obviously, in the 9th inning, but I'm imagining a scenario later this September where a little more heat on for Michael Tonkin. I think the Twins are intrigued enough about him to want to put him in more pressurized situations than he's in right now, just to see how he handles that, because I think he too is perceived as being part of the solution as this pitching staff hopefully gets better starting next year.
Well, he started the season down in Double-A, then moved up to Triple-A, combined 52 relief appearances. He had 21 saves in 25 save opportunities between Double-A and Triple-A.
Weeks the batter. And that's why 95 miles per hour with some sink, and if he can throw it over the plate enough or get enough strikes with it, he's going to be a key part of the Twins bullpen here in the very near future.
He's a tall drink of water too, 6'7", just 23 years old. The brother-in-law of former Twin Jason Kubel.
One and one to Jamal Weeks. Strike called. And time called. Weeks, Moss, and Reddick scheduled to hit here in the Oakland ninth. Bouncer to short. Florimon and safe at first.
No, he was not off the bag.
That's what Bill Miller said. Olabello looks back in amazement. It's not been a good night for Bill Miller.
No, it isn't. Here we got a pretty good angle right here. It sure looked like he kept his foot on the bag. Well, Weeks gets down the line pretty quickly, but sure looked like his foot was on that bag. Take another look right here. Was the heel off?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, well, an error will be charged to Florimon. Ball one, the first error for either team today. Swing and a miss. Foul tip, 1-1. Moss got the first Oakland hit, that leadoff double in the second. Cespedes followed with another one. Here's a drive to the gap in right center field. And it'll go to the wall. It'll be another extra base hit. Weeks is being waved around, and it'll be an RBI double for Brandon Moss.
Yeah, Moss picking up his second double, his third hit of the ball game, and driving in his second run. And it's a 17-3 lead. Hitting a fastball out over the plate. Moss finding that gap in right center. And Weeks and his speed scored from first base.
A's have gotten 3 doubles out of their number 5 spot in the order from a couple of different hitters, including Reddick, who hit one in the 5th. Cespedes hit a couple of them in the 2nd and 4th innings. 1-0. With the run scored here in the 9th inning, it's the most runs an opponent has scored here at Target Field. Foul back. Two and one to Reddick. This run in the 9th, an unearned run because Weeks reached on an error. Three and one. The stuff is there for Tonkin. He needs to show the ability to keep the ball down around the knees.
Yeah, and you do that by bending over and utilizing your back muscles. Right now he's kind of standing straight up.
And a walk puts Reddick aboard. Nobody out here in the ninth.
Sometimes it's hard to really reach out and follow through if you don't bend your back. And right now what I see is just a guy kind of standing straight up, not really bending.
Fryman, the batter. Fryman hitting for Barton, who had picked up 3 singles and a sacrifice fly. There's a fastball and a called strike. Inside, nearly hit him. 1-1.
Yeah, Fryman pinch hit last night. You got 2 tall guys facing each other right here. Fryman at 6'8" and Duncan at 6'7".
Two and 1. 15 pitches, just 7 strikes for Tonkin. And right on the outside corner at 95. Haven't seen an off-speed pitch from Tonkin. All fastballs. All ranging from 94 to 96. Back to Tonkin. Out there. And a double play. 1-6-3. And on the play, Moss goes to third.
Well, Tonkin did not panic right there, and he knew who was covering, and that being Florimo. A nice turn of a double play. Make sure you get your feet underneath you. Exactly what he did. And the double play is completed. Going 1-6-3.
And now Seth Smith. Foul back, a strike. Smith, let's see, 2 walks, a double, couple runs scored, fly ball to center.
And he's the only starter for the A's that did not pick up an RBI.
A near mathematical impossibility. They got 17 runs on the board. One and 1. Kevin Scribner looks like he's going to finish off the ball game for Oakland. There's an off-speed pitch. Not sure why Dan Scott didn't call it a strike, but it hasn't been the best night behind the plate for Dale Scott either. It's up the line. Tonkin can't pick it up, and another run will score. He'll be charged with an error. So a couple of unearned runs.
Well, they give him a base hit.
Oh, really?
Yep. So he does pick up an RBI. All the starters for the Oakland A's have at least 1 RBI. Kind of a swinging bunt right here. Tompkin going over. Well, pitchers are the best athletes in the world. Just forgot to pick up the baseball.
But nevertheless, it'll be an unearned run because of the opening error. And it's 18-3.
Tunka now has given up 5 runs, and all of them have been unearned.
One and one. Wonder how many pitches have been thrown in this game. We'll find out in the box score or the post-game notes. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 700.
Somewhere in there.
Popped up. And the 214th foul ball of the night. I guess if you're going to have a game like this, you'd rather have it when you've got a lot of extra players to utilize, especially in this stretch of games where the Twins have, 24 games in 24 days. At least they have some arms that can run out there to complete the ball game without, burning up Jared Burton or a Brian Dunsing or someone else that they may rely on as soon as tomorrow afternoon. 3-2. Foul tip. And that ends the inning. A couple of runs for the A's that they probably won't need. Keep reminding yourself it's a nothing game. To 3, and the A's blew it open with a 10-run fourth inning. They knock out Mike Pelfrey, and then Josh Rennicke didn't fare a whole lot better. It's just been a mess, an awful ball game. But tomorrow, when the Twins and A's show up at the ballpark, the series will be tied at a game.
And it'll be a nothing game.
It honestly will be, won't it?
Evan Scribner coming in to get the final 3 outs. Making his 15th relief appearance. He started the season in the bullpen for the Oakland A's back in April, but optioned out. A couple stints with the Oakland A's, then getting recalled. Scribner was with them last year a little bit. Came up with the Padres in 2011.
Chris Parmalee is 0 for 3. Bounce out, actually hit the ball hard. Barton made a nice play back when it mattered in the second inning. Bounced into a double play in the fourth, caught looking in the sixth. Outside, ball 1. Bottom third of the Twins lineup. It'll be Parmalee, Herman, and then Florimone. Called strike, 1-1. Way out in front of the off-speed pitch, 1-2.
Change up at 70 miles an hour.
And Parmalee whacks an off-speed pitch and a running catch by Reddick in right, 1 down.
He hit it hard, a lot of top spin right there, but a line drive out for the first out.
Chris Herman will bat, single and a run scored back in the 3rd when it mattered. Since then, a comebacker to the mound and a bouncer to short. Have we read the disclaimer tonight?
I think I did.
Are we just under the assumption that no one would
way back
really?
When, yes.
Swing and a miss, 1-1.
I already did it.
Did you?
Yes.
I don't remember it. Or maybe we're just under the assumption that no one would want to disseminate this anyway.
Well, if this copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins, but I read this, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game, yes, may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins.
Nice play at first, and Sogard somehow is able to, or Scribner rather, somehow is able to catch a low throw. Out number 2. Well, we got that in just under the wire there. That we could have gotten into a lot of trouble with someone trying to disseminate this without the legal warning not to.
Sure, an Oakland fan might want to. I hope that a Twin fan never wants to disseminate this.
Florimone. Twins are down to their last out. In a game that's going to be a little bit short of 4 hours old. And the fans here asking Bill Miller about that one. They haven't forgotten the 4th inning.
Gotta love them.
I know I don't have the ability nor the temperament to be an umpire. Did you ever, like in Little League or anything, did you ever umpire any games?
No.
I don't know how they do it. I honestly don't.
It's really a thankless job. I mean, these guys have been doing it for a long time. And Dale Scott, finally I can go sit down.
18-3.
Are they still awake up there? Anthony, Roy.
Keep telling yourself, guys, it was for the most part a nothing game.
Don't want to wake anybody up out here, Bert. 18-3 Oakland. The series tied a game apiece. We'll preview the finale, and we'll hear from Ron Gardenhire next on Twins Live.